Welcome, traveler of time. Here, on this channel, we bring the ancient world back to life through gentle storytelling, detailed history, and journeys across civilizations that shaped humanity. If you enjoy calming stories of the past and want to keep exploring with us night after night, don't forget to subscribe. Your support helps us continue to wander through history together. So, find a quiet place, let your mind rest, and allow the voices of history to guide you. Tonight, we open another chapter from the ancient world. Tonight, we're taking a gentle wander through the Roman day and noticing all the small, sharp edges that would undo a modern visitor. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 78 C. Rome at your door, warm as bread, old as law. Dim the lights, settle back, and if you've a fan, set it for a soft background hum to smooth the grain of thought. Later tonight, we step into St. Petersburg, a quiet ceremony that makes a girl named Sophie into Catherine, and in beneath a red-dusted tomb in the Maya world. For now, breathe. The city is stretching its shoulders. Dawn makes a clean line on the tiles. Courtyard light slips through the colonnade and finds your toes like a cat that knows the house. Somewhere a brazier pops. Somewhere a baker knocks yesterday's ash out of the oven's throat. A door shrine smolders a whisper of resin that smells like someone remembered to be grateful. You think you're about to glide through a spa day? No. Rome runs you through a public obstacle course with steam. You brought nothing but expectations. They brought hot rooms, crowds, and rules written by men who enjoy fines almost as much as they enjoy warm water. The street is already warm and reasonable. Bronze hinges announce themselves. A mule makes the patient noise of labor that hasn't started but definitely will. Coins tick in a palm, measured and tidy. Across the way, water shivers down a lion's mouth into a basin smoothed by 1,000 careful cups. If you stand a moment, the city will offer you its rhythm. Splash, sandal, shudder, the faint gull of the Tiber thinking about fish. You step towards the term, the public baths, because that is where Rome puts its social calendar, its gossip, its exercise, and, if we're being faithful, its smell. The porter at the door blinks once, counts your coins, and nods you inside. His table keeps the seriousness of a tiny treasury. A signboard, paint faded but confident, lists the turnī. The bathing shifts, so households can plan who steams when. Men and women alternate by custom and by building. Some hours are politely priced, some dearer, all crowded if the day is fine. If you're picturing eucalyptus towels and a quiet flute, you will not last the queue. There is no robe. There is no robe because you are oil, scrape, and skin, and the scraper is a blunt metal crescent designed to convince yesterday to leave your body by force. The apodytērium, the changing room, receives your sandals, belt, and dignity with equal cheer. Benches run the walls. Niches keep bundles. The attendant, Capsarius, watches with the polite stare of a man who has seen everything twice. The room is cooler than you expect, a civility before heat. Voices make a high, bright haze under the ceiling. Someone laughs the laugh of a man who has successfully remembered where he left his ring. Your clothes go on a peg. You linger an instant longer than fashion approves. This is not prudery, this is survival. Pickpockets in a bathhouse. Naturally, Rome invents every job early. You can pay the attendant to keep an eye on your things, and if you do not, the room has its own ideas. You won't actually miss your tunic. It will simply become another man's perfectly probable tunic. The tepidarium breathes at you with a maternal patience. Warmth wraps wrists and collarbones. The air smells of olive oil, damp tile, and the metallic afternote of old steam. Mosaics keep tidy geometries beneath the water's lip. Men talk softly about grain supply, theater seats, whether that poet is finished or only famous. Their sentence endings sink into the room and dissolve like salt. The next room would peel paint if the Romans used it. The caldarium shows you heat as a form of persuasion. Copper kettles feed the pool. The hypocaust grumbles underneath. Eddies scrawl on the surface like handwriting in glass. Your breath slows to copy the pace of the air. Sweat finds its letters and writes along your spine with immediate talent. Your modern moisturizer is a jar of oleum and an iron strigil. A friend oils your shoulders. You return the favor, and you both pretend you are not basted like two respectable chickens. The scraper pulls a polite mud of skin and oil and day. It is satisfying in the way honest labor is satisfying, and it is also the exact opposite of luxury if you enjoy keeping your epidermis attached. Listen, the building carries small music. The light steeple ding of a weight on a door cord, a bucket chain descending to the service room, the rattle of amphorae shouldered down a corridor. A boy runs with a bundle of laurel for the steam. He has practiced how not to slip and practiced it well. The porter's coin cup taps like rain. The baths run on rules. You will learn them the way a hand learns a scar. There are multae, fines, posted on a board near the door. For splashing like a child, for fouling the water with soap, barbarous, for bringing in a knife, for chanting slogans as if the caldarium were the forum, for using the cold plunge as an argument. The fines are not ruinous. They are reminders. Inscriptions elsewhere speak severely in the same tone. Bathe, do not brawl, share heat, respect the hours, do not steal the oil flask. Rome believes civilization is a chore chart. The frigidarium waits, pale and exact. Its surface is so calm it seems to be thinking about you. You lower yourself and discover two things. First, that your heart is Roman enough to handle it. Second, that you have suddenly become a person who notices architecture. Coffered ceilings carry cold light. Blue paint remembers when it was brighter. When you climb out, the marble lip teaches your skin what temperature means, and your opinion of your own importance becomes a degree cooler. If you could bear it, you would linger for the unctorium, the massage room, where a man with forearms like myth persuades knots to stop auditioning his enemies. He works with oil and the diplomatic patience of a father of twins. The talk is low, a wager, a lawsuit, the shape of a new statue 2 streets over. The city's bloodstream is gossip, and this is where it circulates cleanest. While you are warm and heavy-limbed, allow a cooler thought. The baths are not only leisure, they are administration with humidity. Tax receipts are exchanged, clients find patrons, tutors collect fees. A poet recites 3 lines to a man with a ring who says he will consider supporting the rest of the poem if the poet learns what a verb is. 2 soldiers discuss a turnus on night watch and count the hours on their fingers, trying to remember whose misfortune it is to be awake at the 3rd watch. Someone else describes a multa he incurred for arriving late to his guild, money he would prefer to spend on figs. The room smells briefly of laughter and olive pits. You wander out to the latrines, because Rome believes in honesty. A long bench with neat, keyhole openings sits above a running channel. The stone is smooth from 1,000 brief friendships. The water is continuous, efficient, uninterested in your biography. A gutter in front carries clean water for sponges. Tersoria, sponge on a stick, stand in a pot of vinegar like awkward flowers. The room is social. Men discuss horses and lawsuits, and whether the weather is a plot. There is no door. There is no privacy. There is only the truth that bodies are public devices with private owners. You reach for the tersorium and your courage resigns. Yes, it's communal. Yes, the vinegar helps. No, it is not the end of the world, though it may be the end of your illusions. A slave rinses one tool with a professional calm that could improve parliaments. He has a schedule, and your sensibilities do not appear on it. Pause. Hear the light tick of a drip hitting the channel. Smell the faint sting of vinegar softened by warm stone. Feel air moving like a clerk filing papers. The city has made a solution and refuses to be grand about it. Back through the peristyle, back into the bright, you catch the last cheerful crackle from the bakery's oven next door. A boy runs past with a basket of round loaves, scored into quarters like tidy mathematics. He leaves a comet of crumb in the air. Someone applauds the price. Someone complains amiably about the price. Both are right, which is how prices work. If you have survived this far, you may yet think Rome is manageable. But the clock keeps its own ledger. The workday's turnī will insist on your presence or your fine. Miss a shift on the quay, on the road crew, in the workshop, and your foreman's wax tablet will remember the absence with the sweet accuracy of a tax collector. Rome adores a multa the way cats adore sun. We'll go on, room by room, from heat to cold to habit, through the laws written on walls and the ones written in faces. For now, keep breathing. Let the fan hush the space between your ears. Notice how the bathhouse, the street, and the latrine operate on one principle: shared systems, private pride. In a moment, we'll step back out to the pavement and follow the turn of the day. You will see how a city this old can make you feel astonishingly new and faintly unqualified. Back on the pavement, the air cools your skin as if the whole street has decided to be sensible at once, and the clay lamps along the wall thrum their little orange promises. Somewhere a mule shakes its harness, and the metal chatters like polite rain. You think the worst is over because you're clean and warm, and then you notice the tail of the queue curling from the perfume seller's doorway, because no Roman emerges from the baths smelling merely human if there's coin left in the purse and bravado left in the chest. The stall is a brief theater of tiny glass bottles and long vowels. Nard from further than your passport has ever traveled. Myrtle crushed this week in a mortar stained with the gossip of 100 wrists, saffron that behaves like sunshine if sunshine could be poured, and behind it all the steady anchoring breath of olive oil reminding everyone that civilization rides into the room on a pressing of fruit and a decent strainer. The seller wicks a drop onto your pulse, and the day takes a friendlier shape. Then 3 lads from the baths stagger past wearing enough scent to fumigate a temple, and you recall exactly why Rome put the latrines where the water runs quickly. A cithara string is tested somewhere up the street and snaps, then is tuned again with a patience that sounds like money. A child's marble clicks along a wall and stops, and the boy does not swear because he has been taught to save language for later. You step into the shade of a portico, and the stone returns a coolness carefully saved from the night. And for a moment your shoulders forget that your clothes are slightly damp under the arms, and that you have invited oil to eat your tunic by slow degrees. The counterpoint to the perfume is a plank of salted fish being dragged into position at a market door, and you discover, with adult fairness, that garum is not for beginners, and certainly not for nostrils trained by modern refrigerators and earnest disclaimers. The morning settles into its working turnī, and the city speaks and shifts the way a hive speaks and dances, precise and unromantic. Bakers who have already seen more darkness than the moon hands off their last tray and counts the coins flat-palmed so they don't breed wings. Millers switch the donkeys from the grind to the cart and soothe them with the thready song practical men save for animals and infants. Water carriers negotiate the stairs with yokes that look like punishment and are, in fact, plumbing. At a doorway, a scribe pins a wax tablet to his knee and writes the list of who owes whom, and his stylist sounds like rain again because debts always do. There are multae, fines, tucked into every keystone of this order. Late to your guild bench, and the steward writes a number that will nip your supper. Will a cart down the wrong street at the wrong hour, and the vigiles will relieve you of a future amphora of wine. Block a drain with last night's recklessness, and the landlord's runner will deliver a figure capable of improving your character. All of it sensible, all of it annoying, the exact opposite of the kindly. Oh, never mind, you tried. That softened your school days and ruined your standards. The heat schemes up the wall like a cat, and the smell of fresh plaster from a repair dries into the promise of honesty. A dove thumps into the lintel like an incompetent messenger and then decides to be graceful about it, which is a trick you should learn. You pass a workshop where a carpenter lays out planks on a chalked floor and hums in judicious agreement with himself. And for a moment it is possible to believe that the city is held together by men who remember to sharpen their tools before the day asks for edge. Then a foreman bawls down an alley about hours, and a lad legs it with sawdust in his hair, because the turnus is not a metaphor, it is a ledger with your name in it, and your modern affection for flexible working habits will earn you the kind of smile administrators keep for people who confuse mercy with timetable. By the thermopolium the steam threads the doorway again, modest and persuasive, and the pot today is barley with leek and a little pork that pretends not to have cost anybody anything. The proprietor rests a bowl on the counter as if it were a small sacrament, and you answer with coins that have seen more surfaces than you would prefer. A breeze slides through the lane and folds the steam neatly. A bell somewhere gives a single considerate ting, and for a moment you understand why Romans stay upright through the long afternoon. There is a conspiracy of small efficiencies holding them up like the hidden fingers of a stagehand. Then a man slurps in your ear with the glee of a free citizen, and you are once again convinced that the human mouth should require licensing and frequent inspection. Lunch, prandium, is not an affair so much as a truce with the hour. A heel of yesterday's bread refreshed by the steam, a wedge of cheese whose rind teaches your teeth their job, olives with the bitter knowledge of how to make wine seem clever, and a fig that undoes your sulking without asking permission. The shade in the portico is good, the bench honest, the talk beside you a tally of anchors, sacks, and who miscounted on purpose and has now decided to be sorry. You are grateful for the quiet competence of the wooden spoon and for the fact that nobody here has strong opinions about your macros. You are less grateful for the fly that considers your lip a port of call and is removed with the same briskness you reserve for spam emails and inconvenient cousins. The afternoon tourney began, and the city puts on its second wind with the grim amusement of an old soldier. The bath's furnace crew shovel fuel into the hypocaust so future strangers can be clean in an hour they do not deserve. The rope maker walks backward paying out twist like a man bargaining with fate. And the ink seller reminds a customer that lampblack is not the same as soot, the way experts always do when novices insist on paying for the wrong answer. A cornet somewhere tries 3 notes and thinks better of being Marshall until later. A washerwoman knocks shirt against slab, and the slap is the most decisive sound you'll hear all day. A dog drinks from a runnel, decides life is excellent, and sleeps with conviction that would win elections. You pass a latrina again, not the grand public sort, but the sensible little arrangement behind a wine shop, and its running water makes a silver line of sound through the brick. Vinegar sits like a small, stern magistrate in the pot. The tersoria lean against the wall as if taking minutes, and the warm stone seems faintly amused that your civilization required perfumed paper to feel clean. A pair of men perch without ceremony and discuss, in the key of indifference, a lawsuit about a boundary wall and a cousin who is either a genius or a risk to shipping. Both arguments are persuasive and neither requires trousers. You do not linger, not from disgust, but from humility. You are a guest in a system that has solved the problem using running water, vinegar, and the absence of squeamishness, and your delicate sense of self is a poor contribution to the engineering. A soft oven crackle drifts from a side court. Someone finishing a tray of chickpea pancakes because the house has children and virtue. Smoke moves up the alley with the steady, comforting arithmetic of chores completed. Far off, the forum murmurs a level hum that never becomes an argument because everyone is too busy counting. Under your feet, the paving holds 2 temperatures at once, the memory of noon and the promise of evening, and your step reads them with approval, as if sandals were eyes that preferred facts. A notice on a wall, painted when the brush had honest hair, announces the next games with confidence that borders on brag. Beneath it, a smaller hand has added a schedule for a collegium meeting and the exact amount for the multa if you wander in late. The figure is not large enough to ruin you and large enough to make virtue look cheap, which is precisely the point. Shops begin their slow closing ritual, which is to say they pretend to close for 20 minutes while finishing everything. Shutters half lower so conversation can escape. Accounts are tapped with a reed like oysters prized open, and a boy sweeps a doorway with the patient ferocity of someone who is tired of dust politics. A gull complains about being inland, and then forgives the town because fish guts are on the way. A water clock at a corner shrine snips another quiet unit from the day and tucks it into the basket of used hours. And for a moment you, too, consider napping on the authority of the entire city. Then the guild runner rattles past with a tablet and the names of men who have promised to carry stones at dawn, and you remember that Rome's secret power is paperwork done by people without humor. If this sounds bleak, notice the mercy that slips under the door like useful light. A neighbor leans across a balcony and hands down a little bunch of rue for someone's stew. A mason sets a shard of mirror into a wall because a child pressed it into his palm and asked. A vendor slices the softest part of the cheese for the least moneyed hand with the speed of a conjurer who refuses applause, and the vigiles, who have seen everything, pause at a fountain to let a stray drink first. You are lulled into thinking you might manage this, after all, right up until the moment you bump a plank with the absent-minded hip of a 21st century scratcher, and the plank knocks a pot, and the pot does that Roman thing of becoming expensive when it shatters. The stallholder looks at you the way Jupiter looked at mortals when mortals invented lying, and there is a small, well-practiced exchange involving asses in coin and the precise number of apologies required by dignity. You pay. You apologize. You are forgiven, and Rome files your mistake under education rather than crime, which is gentler than you deserved. The light tips towards honey. and along the street the little door shrines get their evening pinch of grain or a breath of wine, and a curl of smoke rises into the tidy blue like handwriting at the end of a loo. Hand the minutes to night insects with a fair grace, and somewhere a tiny bell tells the hour to people who did not ask and are grateful anyway. You did not last the baths without complaint. You did not survive the latrine without a lecture from your nerves. You have felt the bite of schedules and the nibble of fines and the relentless competence of people who were born trained. You are, nevertheless, upright, fed, cleaner than you deserve, and, here is the trick, interested. The afternoon shakes itself awake like a cat after sun, and the streets settle into that measured stride Romans consider proof of civilization. Sandal on stone, card on rut, a pulse you can feel in your ankles. You tell yourself you've mastered the rhythm now. Baths, endured, latrine, survived, lunch, attempted. So how difficult can the rest be? The city answers by pointing you at a queue that behaves like a minor military exercise. Outside a popular bath complex, the return line forms for those who skip the morning heat and fancy a civilized second wash before supper. Men arrange themselves by custom and mutual imitation, and the man with the money box keeps his thumb ready for the bead counter that ratchets up entrance fees in a way that feels like arithmetic and is actually choreography. It smells of olive oil and ambition. A gust comes clean off a fountain and spreads the heat thinly. A caged finch near the perfumer trills as if it has a commission from the gods to lift tempers, and for a beat the air is better. Then a pushy gentleman with a purple stripe pretends not to understand lines and attempts to interpret rank as right of way. The porter's face becomes a stone tablet, and he recites the posted turnī in the tone of a man who has history on his side and a broom within reach. You, modern and peaceable, think the system is robust. You, modern and hopeful, would be pulped by a real rush when clouds threaten and people decide rain is best experienced oiled and indoors. Inside the porch, a boy with a towel sings an ungainly tune about soap, which is funny because there isn't any. He's advertising strigils for rent, 6 in a basket like horseshoes, and pointing at a jar of communal oil as if it were the prize at a country fair. The oil is decent tree, not luxury. The strigils are clean enough for history. The handles are warm from other hands. You take one, you swallow the thought, and you begin to understand why Romans are so devoted to friendship. Half the bath is an act of trust performed in public without a receipt. A bell folds a single ting into the roof and vanishes, perhaps a shop sign settling, perhaps the porter's schedule. In the alcove, 2 men swap favors with practiced neutrality. I scrape your shoulders, you scrape mine. Neither of us pretends we didn't notice that awkward mole. You try the same maneuver and learn immediately that a short, unpracticed stroke raises pink stripes and long. Even pressure persuades sweat to mind its manners. Your assistant for the moment, a cheerful baker with flour in his knuckles, murmurs longer, friend, in the tone of a man guiding a mule away from a ditch. The scrape leavings are wiped away with a sponge and rinsed by a slave as brisk and unoffended as a storm drain. There is a tersorium leaning in the corner that has seen more of the world than you have. It is signposted, "Do not wander," in handwriting that has given up being polite. You feel your soul crinkle. A run to the public latrine tests your philosophic claims about community. The room is cooler than the street. A line of stone seats makes its unblushing argument about equality. The channel mutters steadily under the bench like a clerk who never loses a file. A citron sprig hangs by a nail to prettify the truth. A little vinegar stings the air to keep the tools honest, and men discuss horses, lawsuits, and whether olives taste more of smoke this year, without so much as adjusting their voices. The talk is calm because everything essential has already been solved by water and a large refusal to be shy. You reach for the sponge on a stick and discover that this, too, is a shared instrument governed by rules that are not printed but have the force of law. Rinse from the flowing gutter. Do not leave the tool adrift like a ship without moorings. Return it to the pot with the vinegar stronger than your feelings. You obey. You will sleep better for it. A fly decides you are of limited interest and promotes itself to someone more Roman. Somewhere a distant oven lets out a gentle crackle, and the sound passes through the room like a warm thought. By the west gate, the town's working turnī shift again with a little mutual shrug that could be choreography if choreography were written by clerks. Dockhands trade places with road crews, muleteers hitch second teams, and the vigilas roll their shoulders before the twilight round. The city moves by watches as well as hours, and you can feel the seam between them when a foreman checks his wax tablet, scores a neat vertical against your name if you are present, and smirks into the stylus if you are not. 3 such marks, and tomorrow brings a multae that bites like a small but accurate dog. You are on time only because you were idle, which is not a strategy. A stonemason wraps a cloth round his hand and shows a lad how to swing a hammer without teaching the stone to fight back. The lad nods, and the cart behind him nods also because its axle is ungreased and no one has a free minute till sundown. The vigilas saunter past the wine shop with pails and hooks, assessing roofs, alley widths, and people's willingness to stop cooking before their house becomes a cautionary tale. You decide they look like men who will remember your face if you store firewood against a party wall. You decide rightly. Somewhere a notice board speaks in red capital letters with the vigor of a magistrate on his third speech. Multae for blocking a drain, for tipping rubbish, for cartwheels on the wrong street after dawn, for dogs without a lead, for shouting slogans inside the turnī, for urinating where the city prefers to bathe. The figures are not terrifying, merely consistent, and it is consistency that breaks the casual modern heart, because Rome intends you to learn by paying a little every time until you are cured. A man idles his cart too close to a fountain, and the vigilas apply the lesson publicly. The fine is written on a tablet and read back to him like a poem with poor meter, and he pays before embarrassment grows hooves. You fancy you would protest, produce an email, suggest a council meeting, demand a code of conduct. Rome suggests coin and the removal of the wheels, and the conversation improves at once. The evening breeze comes off the river and lifts the hair at your neck. A brazier snaps a single seed and smells of fennel. A child drags a stick along a wall, and the plaster conducts the noise with dignity. And for a few streets you can believe you are fit for this civilization after all. Then you remember appointments. Romans adore them. Your modern sense of time, elastic, suggestible, guided by polite lies on a phone, meets the Roman day, which is measured by sun, shadow, and the knowledge that other people have claims on the same minute. A tutor expects a boy at the top of the hour for handwriting. A patron expects a client at first light for the salutatio. A baker expects an apprentice when the oven asks for wood. A priest expects a procession to begin when Jupiter says he is ready, which, inconveniently, is when the priests announce he has always been ready. If you keep 3 people waiting, the city keeps 3 notes on you, and the sum of those notes is a reputation that will cost more than a fine. You arrive barely in time to carry tiles for a roof repair and learn how much a tile weighs when the foreman is watching. It weighs exactly your pride. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. You needn't move a muscle, the habit will do the walking. Dusk thickens the paint on facades, and the lamps wake with the practiced blink of old men who still enjoy the evening. The bath porter rakes the embers and snuffs the fee board with a damp cloth that squeaks like a reprimand. A fishmonger salts the last mackerel and forgets to admire the moon. The thermopolium counts bowls, wipes rims, and resolves to be honest again tomorrow. A pair of dice clicks on a stool, and a man says a prayer to Mercury without promising to be good. In an upper window, a girl leans on her forearms and hears a night insect discover its note. Below her, a law against throwing chamber pots after the watch is posted in letters you can read at 20 paces because the man who painted them had the heart of a teacher. You consider the kindness of rules that prevent rain from becoming worse at midnight. You consider the unkindness of being fined for learning them late. You consider you might, miraculously, learn. The street shrinks to a manageable corridor. On one side, a little collegium of craftsmen ducks into a room with a lamp and a list. They pass a small basket for dues and another for bread for a widow who has not recovered from winter. The coins sound different in each, and nobody comments on the acoustics. On the other, a perfumer caps his bottles and wraps one with pasteboard for a patron who likes the sort of scent that terrifies birds. The bottle goes into a pouch that has outlived 3 tunics and a war. The vigilas turn a corner like men who have seen corners misbehave. You walk home in the company of doors that know your step by the time you reach them. Rome, if it has been harsh, has also been exquisitely practical. Heat and cold rationed by vaults and pipes. queues that police themselves with custom, sponges that do not pretend to be private property, fines that keep the drains awake and the streets walkable, shifts that plait thousands of lives into a braid you can carry with one hand. You will not last a day without chafing at these arrangements. You will not last a day without benefiting from them. That is the city's sly genius. It treats you as if you were better trained than you are and charges a small fee until the statement becomes true. Evening smooths itself along the walls like olive oil on warm stone, and the afterglow from the baths lingers on your skin as a private treaty. The air tastes faintly of fennel and smoke, and someone's brazier pops once like a friendly knuckle. Tables slide into the street with practiced ease. Lamps are trimmed. A boy is sent twice for bread because the first loaf did not pass the mother's test of soundness when tapped. Rome exhales into supper. You imagine dinner is a performance. It is, mostly of competence. Bowls arrive with lentils that remember garlic, cabbage softened to kindness, fish grilled just long enough to persuade bones to behave, and bread with the honest geometry of quarters. Heat, salt, a little dill. Your jaw discovers work it respects. Then a neighbor sets down a plate of boiled sheep's head with the cheerful finality of a man who has made his peace with flavor, and you realize your modern standards are a hobby Rome does not share. A breeze runs through the portico and flattens the lamp flame. The textile seller across the lane laughs from his belly at a joke that will not survive translation. A cart's iron tire rings a true note on a rut, and the sound hangs like a coin in the dusk. You pass a cup back down a bench, and it is returned with a loud appreciation that would worry a sommelier and warms a citizen. The wine is young, the hour older, both good company. You try to sit like a Roman and manage to look like a chair reconsidering its purpose. Reclining properly is a craft learned early with cushions and cousins. A fig is split, cheese is shaved, a small saucer of honey looks satisfied with itself. You reach to tear bread and the man beside you demonstrates that one hand can be polite, accurate, and generous. You copy him and rise a grade in civilization without paperwork. A tiny bell bites the hour, 2 crisp notes from a workshop shrine, and the street organizes itself. A guild deputy makes his rounds with a list that looks as though it bites too. The turnī for the night watch are read aloud in a voice that could sand a plank. Men nod. Second watch for the alley behind the basilica, third for the stretch by the granary, fourth for the quarter with the tavern that forgets it has a roof. It is a rota born of burnt houses and loud lessons. You will not like it, but the city will like you better for obeying. Between mouthfuls, talk behaves itself. A rent paid, a rent late. A cousin's boy who can carry 2 amphorae at once and is therefore destined for greatness. Someone cites a multae for tipping sweepings into the gutter after sunset, and the figure is recited with the glee of men who love numbers when they belong to other people. You resolve not to sweep. You will forget. The vigiles will not. From a doorway, a thin rill of garum scent wanders in and retires politely. A girl passes with a basket of herbs and drops 3 leaves of rue that find their way under your sandal and upgrade your step to pleasantly medicinal. Somewhere a dog decides to become a citizen again and votes by barking once, declaratively, then sleeping with commitment. You stand and the evening stands with you. Softer edges, voices pitched lower, lines of lamplight turned into tidy islands. At the corner, Rome conducts one of its favorite experiments. How many people can occupy a single square yard if every one of them believes the conversation is essential? The answer, astonishingly, is more than the square would admit if asked. You join the perimeter and learn the local physics. Lean in when the story turns. Lean out when the punchline begins to smell. Pass the cup clockwise. Laugh at the adjective, not the noun. Admire a baby as if it were a triumphal arch. You pass. Then you try crossing the street where carts still have opinions. You are trained by zebra crossings and hazard triangles. Rome is trained by vigiles and fines for men who misunderstand wheels. A cart ambles. A mule flicks an ear. A driver raises 2 fingers which might be a benediction if not for the tone. You wait. A young man darts and is extracted from danger by an old woman who has already counted axle, weight, and temperament. She scolds him gently and wins the day. You promise yourself you will never be that young man again. You lie. The vigiles meet at a fountain with iron hooks and leather buckets. Firemen, watchman, and the city's patient memory. A centurion of the watch, bare-armed, competent, reads the circuit. Alleys first, rooflines second, taverns last. Look for illegal braziers near timber, lazy lamps near curtains, men arguing with wine in the key that attracts sparks. He divides the men into pairs because trouble likes odds. He looks at you as if you were a lantern about to be set in the wrong window. You lower your flame and are briefly improved. The first watch takes the early drift. Doors are set, bolts tried, shutters persuaded to behave. In a lane where jars have been stacked like a tidy argument, a woman shakes out a cloth and thanks the night for holding still. Two boys roll dice, without letting luck dress up as philosophy. A posted board at a corner states in red letters the multa for throwing slops. Payable to the edile, collection brisk, and the paint still looks pleased with itself. You glance into a runnel and see it clear. The city intends to keep it that way. At the latrine, the night version of civility holds. The water in the underchannel is a steady, useful note. Vinegar in the pot is stern and fair. The tersoria stand like little standards in a regiment you have learnt to respect. Men speak softly, faces turned towards the wall as if listening to a story. You are grateful for the candor of plumbing that does not require secrecy to be dignified. You leave as you found it. Rome likes you for that. A brazier crackles from a courtyard. A frog answers from somewhere improbable. And the last of the day's heat lies in the paving like a promise kept just long enough. The moon pads across the rooftops like a magistrate checking shutters. Purple paint fades into sensible dark. The facade frescoes become sketches of themselves and look handsome doing it. You are wrapped in that particular Roman quiet that is not silence so much as consent, the city and the hour agreeing to behave. You try to slip home down a side street and meet a fiscal truth. The edile's clerk with his wax tablet and a face like a door after a hard winter. He's taking notes on shop awnings left out past the permitted hour. There is a multa for that, for firewood stacked against stucco, for water drawn at the wrong fountain, for a cart left across a turning point because its owner trusted luck. He does not roar, he writes, and the writing is the roar. A shopkeeper negotiates. The clerk quotes the edictum and offers a smaller figure if the awning learns manners immediately. It does. Coin murmurs. The law breathes again. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. No fuss. Let the habit carry you. You pass the thermopolium closing. Jars plugged, rims wiped, spoons counted into a cloth as if they were loaves of bread. A boy sweeps in patient circles that persuade the day to be finished. His father adds the day's tally. Bread, stew, one pot broken, one multa avoided by moving the brazier a handspan from the curtain at the exact moment a watchman turned into the lane. The man salutes the principle that fortune favors people who measure. Second watch settles like a shawl. The Forum Square occupies its best manners. The Basilica keeps its inside voice. The statues look as if they would tolerate requests if you had the form properly stamped. From a balcony, women fold linen that cooled softly on a rope. From a window, a reader speaks 2 lines of a poem to a listener who interrupts once to correct a name. From a doorway, a cat performs the civic service of reducing population among things that move too quickly. You discover the art of not paying 2 fines for the price of 1. Do not argue in the street where you are already wrong. Carry your lamp on the windward side of your cloak. If you spill, wash. If you block, move. If you're late, arrive early tomorrow and bring your apology with the bow already tied. Rome forgives what it can invoice. It remembers kindliness longer than coin. It does not enjoy being tutored by visitors. The hour turns on a soft hinge. A night insect tries a note and keeps it. The bay breathes in its sleep. Vesuvius draws a steady line across the sky, which is all anyone has asked of it. You walk home by a route your feet choose without asking you, which is the little graduation Rome awards to those who have not been entirely hopeless. The door shrine takes a pinch of grain. The lamp goes low. You lie back and discover that the day has arranged itself into a story you are allowed to keep. Tomorrow will ask the same things with a different face. Heat and cold, hues and kindness. Turnī that expect your name to answer. Multae that polish your manners. Latrines that rebuke your embarrassment. Baths that civilize your skin. And a city that has learned how not to burn. You will not last a day without complaining. You will not last a day without admiring. This is the workable balance. First light lifts the roofs as if someone had taken a wet brush to the sky and wrung it carefully. The river gives a small, salt-edged sigh. At the granaries a hush becomes a murmur, becomes a cue. Sandals drawing tidy commas in dust. Flour floats in the air like disciplined weather. A gull tests the morning with a single indelicate note and then forgives it. Men and women hold clay tea. Eat with a jug of water, practicing citizenship with each careful pour. You are pleased with yourself for arriving early until you see how Roman early behaves. The Annona clerk opens his tablet. The scale is set true with familiar weights, and the porter at the door recites the rules like a priest with receipts. No elbows, no cuts, no favors outside the list. Broken seal equals no grain. Complain in the correct direction. You, with your charming excuse about a late start, will be smiled at as if you were ornamental and then nudged to the back by a woman who has already raised 4 children and 1 husband. Breath clouds lightly in the shade of the porticus. A mule stamps and is soothed. The iron poise of the balance clicks its civil syllables. Someone cracks a loaf to test yesterday's bake, and the sound is as honest as wood. The clerk's stylus scratches like rain. He will never be famous. He is holding up a city with chalk. You admire him as you would a hinge that has never once sulked. You will not admire him when he finds you. The edile schedule is posted in red. Multa for jostling, for cheating a measure, for presenting another person's token, for trying to argue the scale into generosity. The figures aren't cruel, they are tireless. Rome trains citizens the way millstones train grain, by repetition at the correct pressure. You mutter about compassion. Rome provides consistency and a cue that actually moves. A porter lifts a sack, swings it home with a movement that proves backs can be philosophers. He names, without looking, the law about sealed sacks, the penalty for a torn mouth, the right of the clerk to reweigh if he disapproves of your face. He has learned the edicta because a man who knows the rules bends less under them. You attempt a joke to ease the moment. He gives you a look so dry it could store lentils. The morning warms by degrees, and so does the temper of the street. Millers clip past with donkeys. Wheels hum under catalyst and meta, and the air tastes faintly of grit and promise. A baker's boy thumps a peel against a doorframe, and the oven answers with a soft crackle that apologizes for nothing. The queue loosens. Grain passes to sacks, to backs, to carts, to kitchens. A town's breakfast is 5,000 tiny negotiations and one broad agreement not to be foolish with fire. You imagine modern health and safety would faint. Here the warnings are written by flame. The vigilas come off their night round with hooks, buckets, and eyes that have measured roof lines at arm's length. Their centurion drinks from a fountain and inspects the brazier of a shop still yawning open. Too near the curtain, he says, and the brazier shuffles like a man learning manners. Behind him, a notice board repeats the fine for timber stacked against stucco. Behind that, a wall still carries the ghost shadows of last year's cautionary tale. A shout bends the air flat. Above a wine shop, smoke runs a quick finger along a lintel, uncertain whether to become a thesis. The vigilas move as if someone had cut their strings and found them already in position. A bucket line appears from nowhere. Neighbors, boys, a woman who sets her bread aside without sighing. Water rising like scents to the tiles. A hook pulls a burning basket into the street. A siphon coughs its first stubborn mouthful and then behaves. A roof tile is levered free to give the heat a place to go that is not everyone's ceiling. You stand useless, politely thrilled, until a man you've never met hands you a bucket and says, "Pass." You pass. Your wrist learns the weight of urgency. Your elbow learns rhythm. Your pride learns it is not the main character. Smoke stings. Vinegar from a nearby latrina puckers the air but keeps the tool jars honest. Somewhere a tiny bell counts the minutes with the tact of an old friend. The fire changes its mind. You feel the decision ripple down the line like relief in a foreign language. Then the city changes gears. The bucket is returned to its nail. Ashes swept as if it were an opinion no longer required. The vigilas note down the multa for a brazier placed carelessly and the remission for quick restitution and public help. The wine shop keeper pays before shame becomes expensive. He adds a pitcher of watered wine for the watch, and, because people are sensible, 2 cups for the neighbors who lent steps and shoulders. You would post about it. They tidy. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. Let the habit do the remembering. The turnī roll on. Carters who were fighting the river at dawn now quarreled good-naturedly with the forum's paving. Scribes fold their tablets shut and take out the ones labeled "money owed by Optimus." A barber sharpens his razor with a hiss that makes men reconsider spontaneous beard philosophies. You learn the shape of a Roman morning by its sounds: scale, sweep, splash, scrape, and by its small refusals to be dramatic. You try to help by carrying a sack of grain and immediately discover that a sack of grain is not a lyric. It is a geography lesson with consequences. A woman of 50 shows you, kindly, how to put the weight on the hip that forgives, how to keep the knee unlocked, how to arrive with enough dignity left to count. You thank her. She nods, which is the fee. The Edile's clerk passes, glances at a shop awning now correctly rolled, and writes nothing. It is the most generous sound you will hear all day. A man in the granary porch demonstrates the Roman art of being right at conversational volume. He lays out the paragraph about false measures, the clause about damp grain, the subclause about fines doubled when deceit is proved by the hand of a free man. He cites the Edile by name, then the date, then the witness who has the neatest handwriting. You realize, too late, that porters and clerks know more law than your search history. He is not a lawyer. He is better, a citizen who read the wall. Toward midday, heat presses its thumb upon the tiles. The queue has thinned to stragglers and stories. A child balances a loaf on her head and wobbles, then steadies. A dove blunders into a colonnade and remembers aerodynamics. The Tiber sends up a taunt of cool that cannot be caught. You think longingly of the frigidarium, of marble that corrects the ego, of water that refuses to admire you. Then you remember the latrine with its shared sponge and vinegar pot, and your modern heart writes a tiny protest note it does not dare to post. You will, nevertheless, go. You will go because Rome has arranged the world into shared systems, private pride, and the arrangement works when you let it. You will queue where queuing makes bread. You will carry where carrying keeps roofs unburnt. You will pay fines when your elbows misbehave. You will learn rules from men who can quote them while lifting twice your future. And when dusk arrives, the city will make a bed of its own warmth on the stone and invite your bones to choose sense over cleverness. Supper hour slides in on quiet sandals. Lamps bloom in windows, little domesticated stars with good table manners. Heat softens its fist and becomes a palm on the back. The street exhales fennel, smoke, and the pleasant fatigue of bread that did its duty. A woman rattles a pan and laughs. The laugh folds neatly into the colonnade, where stone keeps evening cool like a secret. You drift with the current. Bowls appear on planks set over trestles. Lentils hushed with garlic, cabbage tamed by oil, beans that confess to bacon without a scene. Bread breaks with a sound that wins arguments. You are allowed the corner of a bench and a sliver of cheese shaved so thin it thinks it's light. Civility is portioned like this, small, accurate enough. At the next table, a man displays a boiled sheep's head with the cheer of someone who has learned to respect every inch of an animal. You peer and decide your principles are decorative. Rome, politely, does not consult them. The host sprinkles roux as if forgiveness were botanical. Your face attempts diplomacy. Your tongue mutinies. The wine rescues both. A breath of air picks up the wick smell from a row of lamps and sets it drifting. Someone taps the bottom of a cup and pretends it has a personality. Sandals whisper on stone like good conspirators. A girl crosses with greens in a basket and leaves a wake of pepper and mint. You think of the modern word artisanal and then refuse to think it again. Round the corner, the small theater of the street has opened its curtain. A flautist warms his reed and finds the brave middle of 3 notes. A boy with a trained dog counts the dog cleverer than is tactful. A seller of nutcakes beats a tray with a stick until it behaves like a drum, which is advertising more honest than most. The crowd arranges itself in a polite ellipse and looks delighted at the prospect of being a crowd. Then arrive the hazards that will undo you. A rope dancer stretches her line between 2 posts that the Edile's man swears were not there a moment ago. He tugs his tablet from his belt and recites, pleasantly, the paragraph about obstructing a thoroughfare without license. The figure of the multa is low enough to be payable and high enough to teach memory. The dancer smiles like a cat that has read the edict and tightens the rope by a handspan. The man writes. The hat collects coins. You discover that Rome can fine you and admire you simultaneously. A hush spreads, the good kind. The flautist's tune sits lightly on the edge of the evening. The dancer walks a small, brave sentence through the air. A baby in a sling forgets to cry. A stray gust off the river edits the heat. In the middle of this beauty, your purse attempts to resign. The boy with the brilliant grin is an apprentice of Mercury, the god with the winged heels and wandering fingers. He brushes your belt like an apology for gravity. You are lucky. His partner coughs once, a signal or a conscience. The hand leaves with nothing but your illusions. Rome educates you without paperwork. A tiny bell taps 2 notes from a shrine, and the square recalibrates. Tradesmen ease their shutters to the half-close that means, yes, but quickly. A guild clerk reads out the turnī for the night. Watch at the granary, watch by the wine shops, watch along the street where carts pretend to be important. Men nod. Someone jokes about sleeping on a barrel. The clerk does not. Here is where lateness multiplies. You believe in fashionable delay. The city believes in watches that knit the dark together. Miss second watch and you arrive at third, holding an apology like a fig you should have eaten, sweet but useless. The aedile's assistant writes the multa on a wax tablet with the fondness of a beekeeper. It is not a fortune, it is repetition, and repetition stings more cleverly than a sentence. You decide you will never be late again. You are already late. A breeze from the bay presses the smell of tar and nets into the street. A brazier pops once, a calm sunflower of sparks. The vigilas turn their heads before the ash has the nerve to consider timber. Hooks, buckets, leather caps, the 1,000-yard stare of men who have measured roof lines at arm's length. The kid of Rome's night. Their centurion, scarred where a beam once tried to teach him theology, draws the route with a finger on air. Alleys, roofs, taverns after the honest hour. He breaks the men into pairs because trouble prefers witnesses. They stop at a wine shop reposed like a sleepy god. Inside, a brazier sits against a curtain with the intimacy of a bad marriage. The centurion leans in, breathes once, and speaks the gentlest sentence fire understands. Move or pay. Rule versus favor is presented as a choice. Favor lasts as long as the brazier takes to skitter a handspan. The owner chooses civilization. A coin changes hands anyway. Remissio on the multa for prompt obedience, and both parties nod, as if to say, the law is a person when it remembers to smile. The latrini have their evening traffic, which is to say a continuous proof that Rome has more candor than your future memoir. Water mutters under the bench. Vinegar keeps the tersoria honest. Conversation is conducted in the key of discretion. You learn not to stare at the wall paintings, which are more ambitious than your education, and to admire the stone's cool indifference to biography. Your modern sense of privacy throws a tantrum. The room survives. A pause settles over everything. You can hear it arrive. A night insect finds a note and repeats it. The last oven in the lane exhales a crackle like a low laugh. The fountain takes a steady breath and gives it back. Far away a cornet tries a bravery and thinks better. The air cools by the thickness of a thought. You stop performing yourself at last, and the city accepts the olive branch. Later tonight, we step into St. Petersburg, a quiet ceremony that makes a girl named Sophie into Catherine, and in beneath a red-dusted tomb in the Maya world. The promise sits at the edge of the hour like a lantern. For now, this street. For now, this manageable ordinary. You follow the vigila's 2 corners without meaning to. They have the gait of men who expect roofs not to burn and citizens not to be fools. A man comes running with his hair at war with his plans. He has been summoned to the watch. He is late. He is carrying a lamp shaped like an excuse. The centurion holds up a hand. Which post? Granary. Then run, he says, and adds, almost kindly, and run tomorrow 10 breaths earlier. There is no fine when a sentence does the job. Elsewhere there is. 2 youths practice athletics with a willingness the street does not share. One throws a weight in a way that re-roofs a stall with comedy. The aedile's clerk materializes like a very quiet storm. He quotes the line against public nuisance and the subclause about damage by vigor. The number is modest, the lesson neat. One youth pays. The other offers promises, which are accepted as collateral and redeemed at dawn in sweeping, hauling, and a face that learns shade. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. The city will remember on your behalf. Supper plates stack. Wine sinks to its last, sensible inch. A cat performs pest control with the priestly confidence of a creature endorsed by useful outcomes. A woman on a balcony folds linen so square it could be law. A man below returns a borrowed jar and earns the interest of goodwill. A child is persuaded to sleep by being told that sleep is a game adults always win. You are impressed by a civilization that has trained bedtime to be administrative. The street corner troupe attempts a finale. The flautist holds a high thread of music. The dancer steps it clean. The hat makes the round and returns to the center with coins that sound like applause. The Aediles man reappears and, miracle, returns a small portion of the fine as a favor for finishing before the thoroughfare is needed by a cart laden with roof tiles. Rule and favor shake hands. You would write a policy. Rome writes a precedent in behavior. Third watch brings an appetite for foolishness and a discipline against it. Doors settle. Shutters think better of creak. The moon puts a pewter thumbprint on the cistern in a courtyard where a laurel keeps its own counsel. The vigiles fade into their rounds like men who already know the punchline. You make it back to a room that is briefly yours. The lamp lowers its voice. Stone returns the day's warmth carefully, like a borrowed coat. You will not last a day here without complaint. About smells, about cues, about a sponge that belongs to everyone and, by miracle, offends nobody. You will also not last a day without gratitude. For rules that fit like sandals. For watchmen who offer obedience before invoice. For neighbors who move braziers and make room on benches. For fines that spare you the theater of tragedy. It is not comfort. It is competence, and competence makes sleep. Dawn arrives as if it has been politely waiting round the corner for you to finish being dramatic. The roofs blush pewter, then tin, then something almost generous. The air moves one step nearer to clean. A cock clears his throat and decides against it. Somewhere a jar rope squeaks once and remembers manners. Rome begins again without asking how you slept, which is considerate of a city that has heard every excuse twice. The first errands belong to people who know what minutes are made of. Water carriers shoulder their yokes before the sun has finished finding the edges of tiles. They walk as if gravity were a colleague rather than a foe, and the buckets keep their peace like good diplomats. The fountain shows its round back and breathes in. The lion's mouth sends out an answer. Cups clink. The iron lip remembers 1,000 careful knocks. If you try this job, you will spill exactly 1/3 of your self-respect between the square and the first stare. A woman of 60 raises one eyebrow. Nothing personal, just arithmetic, and shifts past you with a neat, economic tilt that says she has counted steps since Sulla. The baker has already made his agreements with flame. He cracks yesterday's ash from the oven's throat. A little oven crackle lifts like modest applause. The peel slides and rises. Loaves crowd the plank with the tidy geometry of things that want to be shared. He scores quarters with a cross that owes nothing to piety and everything to portion control. The boy at his elbow inhales a lesson with the steam. Flour floats in the doorway like pale weather and settles on your sleeve as if it had experience of guests who need dusting. You intend to postpone the barber, because modern whiskers like independence and mirrors are kinder when they're your own. Rome disagrees. A man who will stand before clerks, patrons, vigiles, and gods should not do so looking as if he has slept in a storeroom. The tonsur's shop is already humming. A stool, a basin, a strapped singing underblade, long, low, persuasive. The mirror is tilted to catch the better light from a narrow window that knows its business. On the shelf sit oils and powders and dishes that have no patience with boasting. You sit. He lifts your chin as if diplomacy were being discussed. Do you want the magistrate's finish or the poet's? He asks, in a tone that suggests he has seen both and believes neither. You mutter something about tidy. He approves. Tidy is a political platform in this city. The razor whispers along the jaw. The strap answers with a soft hiss. The talk in a barber's shop is civil engineering for reputations. I read in a dictum yesterday. The barber says, voice mild, hands implacably competent. Aediles line against throwing sweepings into the street after the watch is set. He quotes the paragraph, dates it, cites the fine, recites the reduction if you tidy before the clerk arrives, and names a witness who was sober the entire time. He is not a lawyer. He is a man whose livelihood depends on understanding what faces look like when fines are coming. You attempt a clever observation about discretion and drains. He laughs without moving the blade. Discretion is for hairlines, he says. Drains require rules. He flicks the last clinging whisker from the razor with the precision of a priest untying a knot from a child's shoe. A slave holds a warm cloth ready, as if presenting treaty terms. You sign them without reading. Outside, a boy with a tray of meat pasties burbles the day's dream in pastry. A column of vigilas slip past like well-behaved smoke. The watchmen recognize the barber, and he them. Rome is built from nods exchanged at the correct hour. From the doorway, a man with an unfortunate beard shape puts in a claim for the chair by quoting the rule about whoever came last but has a meeting F. Invites the man to sit and admire other people's turn. It is the kindest refusal you'll hear all week. You have been feeling pleased about keeping your appointments. The city tests the feeling. At the end of the lane, the collegium steward pins a notice to a door, red letters still wet. Turnī for unloading a barge of tiles at the West Quay, names inscribed, the hour beyond argument. A boy reads his father's name and trots off like a messenger who understands both pride and dread. You read your own and decide, sincerely, to be on time for once. Before the quay, the day has errands for your nose. Fishmongers lift lids with the solemnity of priests, and the sea exhales a truth that will not be modernized. Barrels of garum stand like patient conspirators. A child tries a grimace and is corrected by a grandmother who remembers hunger. She smiles afterwards to prove the lesson is labor, not cruelty. Near the basilica, a scribe balances a tablet on his knee and takes down a complaint in sentences so clear the problem begins to behave while listening. At the quay, the foreman measures you with an emperor's economy. He counts men, ropes, tiles, heartbeats. You carry, he says, not unkindly, and the plank sings under your foot like a string drawn tight on a kithara. The tiles are heavier than your certainties and lighter than your excuses. A man ahead of you steps with the patience of someone who has done this 10,000 times and has found every shortcut foolish. You copy him. A gull claims the air as private property and is ignored by everyone except the gods, who never paid attention to birds. This is where lateness becomes mathematics. A man turns up after the hour with his breath in pieces and begins an aria about a mule, a cousin, a bell, and a misread shadow. The foreman listens, nods, and recites the short paragraph that converts apology into multae. It is not cruel. It is vivid. The man pays now or pays longer. He chooses money because time is heavier. He will tell the story as a joke by nightfall, and it will grow in the telling, gain moral weight, make the fine look like tuition. This is how a bad habit becomes a good anecdote in Rome, by losing coin until it learns to behave. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. The city will carry the memory while you sleep. Back through the market, the barber points from his doorway with the pride of a man whose blade has improved the neighborhood. There, he says, is the fellow who tried to argue a posted notice. You look, a young gentleman, linen as white as optimism, once confronted a sign about carts in daylight with rhetoric. The sign won. He now walks at the proper hour with the proper expression and nods to the aedile's clerk like a man who knows his scales. It is the most Roman transformation, argument into habit with a receipt. A bell from a small shrine strikes one clear note, and another that thinks about it. The hour leans. The sun makes a modest case for shade, and the porticos oblige. In the cool corridor, a message passes man to man with the easy handwriting of practice. A roof needs hands. A widow needs wood. A visiting cousin needs directions that avoid both thieves and relatives. Coins change pockets in the key of kindness. A loaf travels to smaller hands without ceremony. The fountain gives another patient breath and scolds nobody. You make the mistake of believing the latrine no longer has anything to teach you. It does. Morning brings a different music. Clerks attend as if the benches were desks, exchanging figures and voices that think better when seated. A man praises a new tersorium handle as if it were a ship. Another explains vinegar dilution as if he had invented ratio. The running water keeps its steady whisper, and the stone refuses to be surprised by excellence anywhere. You wash your hands with the seriousness Rome prefers and depart in a condition that would embarrass 3 centuries of marketing. By mid-morning the turnus at the quay ends, and the city refuses to applaud because continuing is the point. You return the rope, return the board, return the notion that you were the hero. The foreman grunts a syllable that means good enough for today. A boy with shoulders like Future carries 2 tiles at once and is promoted to legend by witnesses who will tell the tale accurately for 4 hours and inaccurately forever after. The clerk who fined the late man earlier will reduce the number by a fragment tonight because the late man stayed to carry past his shift, and the city likes repentance that owns a back. You drift past the barber again because faces often require the approval of the last person who changed them. He nods at your chin as if it were a ledger with neat columns. "You'll do," he says. "Keep to the shadow at noon." Water at the fountain with the cool lions. Not the other. Its pipe sulks. He knows these things because he has watched them longer than any magistrate. You tip a coin into the bowl because gratitude looks better when it makes a sound. A breeze finds a line of laundry and makes it conversational. A child, entrusted with olives, returns 3 fewer and is corrected with a smile that remembers childhood as a useful school. In a doorway, a woman threads wool with the air of a person who understands the treaty between boredom and beauty. Near the forum, a notice announces a collegium feast and the assessed fine for anyone who arrives late, and then sings. The figure is generous, the warning is gentle. Rome believes in prevention as a hobby. By the time the sun has climbed to the part of the sky that humbles scalps, you have learnt 3 small truths. A barber can read law better than your solicitor and charge less for the pleasure. A multae will turn a bad habit into a funny story only if you pay attention as well as coin. And the morning belongs to people who do not negotiate with minutes. You have not lasted the day. You have merely survived the part of it that Romans consider easy. The city will graciously allow you to keep pretending you are catching up. Midday arrives with a soft, unarguable hand upon the crown of your head. Even the shadows walk more slowly, and the city edits its voice down to essentials. Porticos earn their keep. Shade becomes a public service, measured not in degrees, but in tempers saved. Stone returns the mornings cool with the thrift of an old accountant. A fountain keeps its breath even and faithful, as if each drop had a schedule. You lean on a column and understand why Roman architects put benches where philosophy might happen accidentally. Across the street, an awning is drawn out to its legal limit and not a hand's breadth further. The rope creaks once. The canvas sighs into place. The aedile's clerk, who knows canvas by eye, strolls past with a face like a ruler and declines to write anything. A shopkeeper on the next facade tests his luck by 1 cheeky finger span. The clerk pauses, sketches a number on wax, and the awning meekly forgets its ambition. Rome allows shade, but finds enthusiasm. The cart ban has come into force. Wheels forbidden in daylight streets where sandals own the right of way. It is a law that saves ankles and arguments. Drivers know it. Mules know it better. Somewhere a lad tries to edge a handcart past a shrine as if not really a cart were a category in statute. A vigila's patrol raises an eyebrow the weight of bronze, and the cart acquires wings back the way it came. Your modern instinct to email your counselor would wilt before their silence. Heat settles on tiles like a quiet order. Rooftops turn into paused thoughts. Stacks of tegulae and embraces resting in tidy ranks, to be laid when sun remembers courtesy. A roofer drinks from a cup that smells faintly of vinegar and honey. Pasca, the democratic drink of long afternoons. He adjusts a line, chalk white against terracotta, and waits. Waiting, in this weather, is a craft. You keep your shape. You let the day pass through you. You don't try to impress the sky. You, however, attempt to impress the sky by crossing the forum at noon. Halfway you realize you have become a pedagogy example for children. Why we keep to the portico. The paving holds 2 temperatures at once. The memory of morning and the present tense blaze, and your sandals translate both into a sermon about humility. A dove makes a mistake with flight, corrects it with dignity, and pretends the lesson was for you. In the cool under the basilica wall, a water clock counts time with a thin, patient thread. Sundials gnomon their precise opinions across the square. Time here is not elastic. It is a civic material like lime or rope. Your appointment with a collegium steward lives under these shadows. He appears, counts you in his head, names 3 turnī for hauling tiles after the heat falls, and reminds you of the multae for wandering in late, as if evening were optional. His voice is reasonable, which is alarming. Reasonable fines are the most expensive kind. A thermopolium keeps a low flame under chickpea batter while pretending not to be open. The proprietor wipes rims, lays spoons in a cloth like surgical instruments, and ladles half bowls to the men who are officially not yet eating. The steam tastes of leek and olive oil. The bowl sits warm in the hand like a sensible opinion. Your modern idea of hydration looks like a pamphlet. Rome gives you pasca, vinegar's clean bite folded into water, because sourness persuades the mouth to keep drinking. You sip, and the day becomes negotiable. Vinegar is everywhere if you pay attention. Brightening a sauce, sharpening a sore throat, disciplining a plank that saw fish this morning, and, yes, standing at the latrine in its stern little pot to keep the tersoria honest. It is the city's small, useful severity. You were raised on citrus and disclaimers. Rome trusts diluted acid and habit. A bell from a workshop shrine gives 2 neat tinks that sound like punctuation. The quarter hour changes hands without drama. Under the portico, men talk in sentences that have learnt to be civil in heat. Short, accurate, kind to lungs. A scribe uses his knee as a desk and writes a receipt with the economical flourish of someone who knows paper is a luxury and clarity a virtue. On the far side, a barber dabs powder on a jaw with the same gravity he would apply to law. He quotes yesterday's edict about sweepings in a tone kinder than the clerk's and maybe more effective. Beyond the shade, the street surface flickers where air shakes. Shop shutters hold at half. Trade proceeds in whispers. A boy carries a tray of nuts with the concentration normally reserved for prayers. A cat watches him and revises its hunting plan to include pistachios. A gull declares ownership of the forum and is fined by universal indifference. The Aediles man posts a new notice in red. Daytime wheels forbidden on this stretch until harvest's end. Fines scaled by weight. Exemptions for emergency, water, and the Aediles mother's cart on festival days. Below, smaller letters warn of penalties for those who perform cleverness with definitions. Rome has met cleverness. It charges for admission. You recall with a shudder your brief attempt to argue a posted rule with a grin. That grin would cost you interest here. At the edge of the square, a carpenter chooses to be doctrinal about shade. He shifts his bench a handspan closer to the colonnade to avoid the sun and, incidentally, the multa for obstructing the thoroughfare. His apprentice reaches for a plank with the relaxed doom of a 14-year-old. The master stops him with 2 fingers and an entire curriculum in the gesture. Not when shoulders are fleeing the sun. The boy listens like a citizen in apprenticeship. The sun obliges by looking away. You drift down to a fountain where the water runs colder than manners. A woman rinses greens. A man fills a jar, ties the stopper, and taps it twice as if blessing were a practical measure. The lion's mouth gives a continuous answer. You cup your hands and drink, and the sting of vinegar on your tongue a minute ago makes this water parse itself as mercy. A fly tries to convince your lip that you are salt. You persuade it to consider the statue. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. Let that choice be featherlight, and then forget it. You promised the steward you would meet the tile barge when the heat slackens. Between now and then the city practices meridiatio, the respectable art of not pretending to be clever at noon. Doorways darken. Courtyards garden their own cool. A reader murmurs a story to a room that is already asleep. The law knows this too. Fewer inspections in the hour of honest torpor, more in the hour when people begin to move again. Fines prefer legs. A notice board accuses a certain lane of becoming a cart track after dawn. The figures named are not vindictive, merely cumulative. 1 coin for once, 3 for tradition, 6 if tradition grows a shout. Beside the notice, someone has scratched a tiny poem about shade that might be satire or theology. Rome is tender with small wit when it harms nothing. The Aediles clerk smiles and leaves it. You step into a courtyard where laundry moves like a thought in a breeze. The cistern keeps a white moon even at noon. A sprig of bay leans in a jar and perfumes discipline. A woman sets bread to cool on a sill and warns a child's fingers with the authoritative lift of an eyebrow. No fines here, only competence enforced by affection. Your chest loosens. A lizard blinks at the wall and approves your lack of noise. Back along the portico, a lattice of shade has thickened. The city starts to collect itself. Men stand from benches with the unified sigh of cushions losing. A barge noses the quay with the tact of boats that have learnt not to shout. The foreman is already there, counting in rope. He does not thank the weather. He thanks the schedule. Tiles begin to walk. You remember the morning's lesson: hip, knee, pride, and apply it with improvements. The plank sings, the stack shrinks. A latecomer slinks in with a face rehearsing its apology. The steward raises the wax and prepares to write, then pauses as the man takes 2 loads without breathing and a third with an extra step. Half fine, the steward says. The line approves, your spine approves louder. A night insect is not due for hours, but a cicada tries an early phrase and is corrected by heat. The city forgives the error. A light gust scratches dust along the quay. The bay answers with a cooler paragraph. Far away, a tiny bell chooses not to ring and the silence rings instead. You realize you have made peace with vinegar, tiles, and time. Not love, not yet, but a truce that allows the day to proceed without thinking you are the main event. By late afternoon, the last stack is under a roof that will not leak. The last rope is coiled into a temper that will not tangle. The last name on the wax tablet is underlined without malice. The steward scratches a note. Tomorrow, same hour, different quay, and glances at you with the mild curiosity reserved for stray dogs who have learned the route. You'll come, he says, neither question nor command. You know you will. The fine for not coming is no longer the point. You peel away under the porticos, cooler by a handful of minutes, salt-dusted, oddly whole. Wheels are still banned. Sandals still own the street. Shade still performs its municipal miracle. The day has not finished its work on you, but it has stopped trying to make you someone else. For the span between 2 bells, that is luxury. Evening loosens the knot on the day, and everything breathes a touch easier. Lamplight folds into the street in mild squares. The air takes on the kind temper of warm stone and faint fennel. Somewhere a single bell taps the hour and thinks better of elaboration. You drift with everyone else towards the building that catches half the city twice in 24 hours, the term. Outside the doors, the queue performs its little theater. Men sort themselves by custom and weather, not by courage. Friends become coat pegs. Strangers become elbow distance. The porter sits behind his table like a minor god with a box for sacrifices and a list of turnī that will not negotiate. A boy sings about oil in the key of enterprise. A money changer, unofficial but inevitable, offers coppers in tidy handfuls. A perfumer wafts a touch of myrtle in a way that flatters your hopes more than it does your hygiene. You smile as if you belong. The queue forgives you because queues are merciful when they are moving. A gentleman with a purple stripe clears his throat as if that were a ticket. The porter looks at him the way marble looks at weather and recites the day's hours. The gentleman discovers, like everyone else, that rank does not float above steam. He sulks with dignity, which is the local sport. You tell yourself that queues make people equal. Queues, kindly, do not tell you what you look like when you try to improve them. The apodytērium has the cool of rooms that plan to become ovens. Benches come bright out of the oil rack. Niches keep bundles like courteous jaws. The capsarius takes your tunic with the practiced neutrality of a man who has held every citizen's pockets. You pay him to watch your things because you are not heroic. He ties your purse to a peg with a knot that has opinions about theft. Your body has opinions about public nudity. Rome files them under novice. In the tepidarium, warmth behaves like manners, touching wrists, easing shoulder blades, reminding breath of its proper length. You trade the favor of a strigil scrape with a man who smells faintly of flour and livelihood. He says, "Longer, friend," and your technique improves from enthusiastic vandalism to serviceable citizenry. The sound the scraper makes is the true punctuation of this room, soft commas and clipped semicolons. You scrape away a day's worth of self-importance and discover that civilization is partly metallurgy. The caldarium convinces you of heat the way a judge convinces you of law, patiently and with pipes. The hypocaust murmurs its satisfactions. Kettles bump a quiet music from the service room. In a corner, a boy arrives with laurel and learns the art of not slipping. Someone has brought a tiny ceramic whistle that gives a cheerful peep when steam rises. The porter confiscates it and points at the board of rules where multae are listed for behavior that confuses baths with festivals. The whistle retires. Heat reigns. You slide to the frigidarium because vanity must be rounded off with a scream you hope to keep private. The water is a small letter written to the skin. Formal, legible, ending without signature. When you climb out, the marble lip resets your temperature and your opinions. Men stand lazily about as if sculpture were a reasonable hobby. They are not posing. They are waiting for their hearts to agree to be practical again. You pretend to admire the ceiling so that no one suspects you of admiring your survival. Here the city does its softest administration. A clerk seals a receipt with a fingernail. A tutor fixes a lesson for tomorrow's second hour. Two soldiers exchange turnīs on night duty and count, with the fingers of men who have learned to trust fingers, which watch will be theirs. Fines walk through the conversation like tidy dogs. A multa for a brazier set too near a curtain, a smaller one for a loud boast in the caldarium. Rome finds noise the way it finds smoke, and a reduction for the bakery that moved its fire the moment a watchman glanced into the lane. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. Think of it once, then let the thought turn a corner without you. You peel off towards the latrines. Channel murmuring like a clerk who has never mislaid a file. A shallow gutter in front with clean water running as if it had better things to do. Tersoria, sponges set on sticks, standing in a pot of vinegar like pragmatic flowers. Men talk in well-aired sentences about lawsuits, granary rosters, a cousin's mule, the weather's chances of being a liar tomorrow. A gelatinous cautionary tale is told about a ring dropped into the channel and recovered with tongs blessed by mockery. The ring's owner pays for the tongs wine for a week, which is the right liturgy. You rinse, you return the tool to the vinegar like an honest citizen, and you wash your hands as if you were revising for an examination set by a stern aunt. The stone is cool and uninterested in your discomfort. You are grateful for its lack of curiosity. Out in the portico, a crier nails a fresh notice to the board with the zeal of innovation. The aedile has invented what you will swear is a personal rule, de unguent stillanti. About dripping oil. Anyone who oozes bodily slickness onto public paving within 10 paces of a bath door owes a fine payable to the city's cleaning fund. Repeat offenders pay double and donate a cloth. It is funny until someone slides. A second paragraph addresses Tersoria Vagantia, sponges gone walkabout. Removing such from the latrine earns you a fine and the admiration of exactly nobody. You read, learn, and imagine the clerk's face if you tried to argue, not exactly dripping, more glistening. The queue outside the bath has become gentler as the stars settle. A perfumer dabs a thumb of nard on a wrist and persuades a laugh out of a man who looked as if he had sworn never to laugh again. The porter lets a lame veteran cut in with the quiet authority of those who own keys. A boy sells nutcakes with a rhythm that makes the line a drum. You concede that cues, in the right light, are almost art. By the furnaces, a last oven crackle steps out into the lane like a storyteller. The stokers rake embers, the ash breathes, and the balneator, keeper of this weather, counts amphorae the way a priest counts beads. A watchman leans on a hook and tells a new porter what the fines look like when they are about to become fires. Braziers under awnings, lamps near cloth, oil on steps, a cup of temper tipped over into argument. The list is short because the city has already paid to learn it. You slip back through the market where shutters half lower to let conversation escape. A barber sits in his doorway like a magistrate of chins and tells a youth, freshly scraped, that the posted edict about sweepings after dark is not a suggestion. He quotes the paragraph and the reduction for tidying at once, and he charges 1 copper less than any lawyer for the advice. The youth salutes the razor and promises virtue until wine. Under the colonnade, the aedile's assistant takes a complaint from a shopkeeper who insists, with gestures trained by tragedy, that a neighbor rinsed strigils at the fountain and left the water sulking. The assistant nods, writes, visits, sniffs, and returns with a figure that sounds like arithmetic and feels like a parable. The neighbor pays. The fountain looks relieved. You are beginning to suspect that fines are the city's way of teaching without pretending to be a mother. On the way home, you collect the small proofs that a day has ended properly. A door shrine receives a breath of wine. A laurel leaf curls and learns dusk. Bread cools on a sill and becomes story-shaped. A child is told that sleep is a serious game at which adults always win. A pair of night insects agree on a single note and keep it. It is not melancholy, it is maintenance. The bay mutters in even mood. The mountain draws a line that behaves. You pass the notice board once more and see a smaller hand has added to the new rule. Oil dripped politely will be forgiven by cats. A clerk has scratched a tiny, tolerant correction. Cats are not the city. The exchange delights no one important and exactly everyone. You stand for a moment and let the bath's heat and the latrines' vinegar and the city's red letters find their balance in you. Competence wins the day again. You will not last here without grumbling about cues, tools, rules, and the democratic plainness of Roman plumbing. You will not last without secretly admiring how well it all works. That contradiction is the price of belonging. If you pay it, coin for coin, minute for minute, the city will start to mistake you for someone who knows what he's doing, which is the most generous error a place can make. Dawn resets the ledger without asking your permission, which is considerate in its way, because the sky prefers facts and the pigeons have already begun to behave like accountants. The market breathes in, tarpaulins shrug their due, and the first stall stakes its claim with a string pulled tight as a maxim. Linen flaps itself sensible. Figs arrive under a damp cloth and look as if they were born knowing about shade. You stand at the corner where the stone remembers everybody's feet and the fountain answers the morning with its steady, municipal patience, and for a few heartbeats Rome is simply the sound of buckets, broom bristles, and a single cartwheel that has decided to be brave. Then a vendor of onions sings 3 confident notes, and the day pretends he just invented commerce. You tell yourself you have earned an easy hour after yesterday's tiles. The city suggests otherwise by producing a barber who collects debts with the oil of civilization and a razor that knows the law by ear. The tonssur's doorway smells of soapless cleanliness, warm water, pumice, a whisper of myrtle from some client who believes scent can correct character. Men sit along the wall in that upright, conversational patience which makes cues into neighborhoods. The mirror catches a narrow wedge of light and behaves like a minor deity who likes foreheads. The barber tips his chin at you, then at a lad trying to skip the order by claiming the Roman right of, "I'm in a hurry." The chair remains a Republican institution. The lad is returned to chronology with a humor that cuts cleaner than steel. You are returned to your place on the bench and discover that humility is a cheaper treatment than anything in a jar. The razor makes its educated whisper. The strap replies with a well-bred hiss. The shop becomes that rarest arena, an argument conducted with good tempers. A client announces that his neighbor owes him 2 denarii for a wheel rim repaired with heroism and a nail. The neighbor announces that heroism is not a tariff. The barber, who has been watching faces for 20 years, cites the posted edictum about private disputes in public premises and the clerk's habit of charging a multa for turning a civil room into a forum. Both men subside, touched by the razor and by arithmetic. A moment later, the barber solves it anyway with the sentence that runs this city like rope under tiles. "Half now, half in olives," he says, and a receipt on the wax so the gods can read it. The neighbors grin because dignity has been preserved and coin has been saved, and Rome has once again proved that the shortest route between 2 tempers is a man who knows how to hold a jaw. A breeze slips through the doorway and paints the steam from a cup of pasca into a ribbon. Outside, the market stalls click into their composure. Hooks hang like punctuation. The anchovy man wipes his board and decides it is a day for optimism. You move on with a chin that could pass inspection and an education that cost less than the closest modern seminar. In the side lane, a scribe balances his tablet and writes, "Half now, half in olives," with the satisfied brevity of truth. The wax keeps a neat groove. His stylus makes the rain sound of order. Across the square, the red letters on the notice board have acquired a fresh paragraph. Wheels forbidden after sunrise on this stretch until the festival, multae scaled by axle. A second hand below warns of fines for rinsing oily strigils at the fountain which, the clerk reminds all citizens, is for thirst, not courage. You imagine arguing the difference. The clerk has already met your future and priced it. You are feeling tidy enough to risk breakfast in the doorway of a thermopolium. Steam strolls out and behaves. Barley, leek, and a string of pork meat in a bowl that believes hard work should be pleasant at least once a day. Bread breaks along its quarter lines with the crisp rectitude of men who like rules. A wedge of sheep's cheese shows your molars what they were made for. The proprietor counts spoons back into a cloth as if they were siblings. He grunts something like benediction when you return yours clean. You swallow and concede that virtue is easier when someone else has stared down the fire. A bell from a workshop shrine taps 2 practiced notes. The square's temperature shifts by a breath, and the city takes its first appointment with itself. Men veer to the porticos as if shade were a filing system. A magistrate's runner goes past with that bureaucratic trot which says he could catch you if it mattered. The vigilas stroll in pairs with hooks, and the tolerant expression of men who prefer prevention to spectacle. You admire their indifference. They admire your lamp for not dripping on the steps. Civilization is mostly reciprocal nodding. You drift, because drift is the proper gait between errands. Past a latrina where morning has already held its candid parliament. Benches in sociable line. Underchannel murmuring like a clerk who has never lost a file. The front gutters clean water telling sponges to behave. Vinegar holding court in its stern little pot. Conversation pitched so that an idea can be born without needing to shout. A man tells a proverb while the room tests its truth. Running water settles quarrels. He means drains, of course, and also tempers. The place proves him right by not taking offense at being a classroom. A fellow with a story about a ring dropped yesterday has brought tongs and a pocketful of contrition. The ring is returned to a finger that has promised to learn what gravity is for. He pays a round of watered wine for the men who looked away when laughter threatened, which is the correct payment here. You wash your hands with an attentiveness that would impress a stern aunt. Dry them on a square of linen that knows what it's for, and leave as you found the room. Unhysterical, industrious, clean by decree and habit. Back in the forum, the air shakes over stone, and the shade under the basilica is suddenly theology. You step into it and feel your pulse accept the doctrine. A notice nearby repeats the rule about turnī for hauling at the west quay after the heat falls. Names listed, hours exact. The steward passes like an ambulatory timetable, greets you with the look reserved for the recently civilized, and notes your nod with a stylus that has outlived 3 employers. You mistake this for friendship. He mistakes your punctuality for basic literacy in time. Both of you are right enough to proceed. A man attempts cleverness with a card, arguing that 4 solid lads are not, strictly, wheels. The Edile's assistant reads the red paragraph in a voice that has never once failed to find a person. The lads turn back with the cheerfulness of people who prefer coin to public fame. Mercy appears anyway when an old woman needs her stool carried to the shade. The same lads shoulder it without negotiation. The clerk doesn't write. Rome saves its ink for stupidity. From the harbor comes a salt murmur that suggests nets and news. From the bakery, a thin crackle that suggests warmth has become bread. From the baths, a whisper of voices and oil that suggests your cleanliness is a temporary arrangement. You glance toward the term and rehearse the route. Tepidarium, caldarium, scrape, frigidarium, and your skin, unhelpfully, remembers the bracing honesty of the cold pool. You will go again, because habit is the only god that keeps this town upright, and because a note on the board, tight red capitals, now threatens a multa for dripping oil on steps within 10 paces of a bath door. You do not intend to fund the Edile's cleaning fund with your shins. A seamstress laughs in a doorway and proves good stitching makes good weather. A dog completes an ambitious yawn and chooses justice by sleeping in the middle of the cool flagstone everyone wants. A child negotiates with gravity using a hoop and a promise. A crier reads a list of minor judgments in a tone so fair you almost pay other people's fines out of sympathy. He mentions a reduction for a brazier moved before a spark had time to grow opinions, and everyone agrees this is how mercy ought to be priced. He mentions a doubled multa for rinsing oil at the fountain, and everyone agrees this is how idiocy ought to be taxed. You nod with the crowd and feel your modern urge to protest with words recede before the elegance of a rule that has seen the consequences. If this pace helps you drift, You can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. Think it once, then let the thought be filed by the city's clerk and return to you at bedtime. By late morning, the sun has taken up its scepter, and the porticos have convened their committee on survival. A bookseller lays out tablets like polished thoughts. A man in the corner demonstrates with 2 cups and a bowl why thieves never prosper and mathematicians drink. The barber drops a last word of law into a conversation as casually as a man adjusting a fringe. Sweepings after the watch. No. Water spilt where carts pass. Bigger no. Apologies that arrive on time count for half. He has turned a city of stone and smoke into a set of comprehensible edges, and your shoulders drop as if someone ironed your back. You step out and the day receives you with that Roman blend of indifference and exact provision. A night insect will own the evening much later. For now, a cicada stutters and thinks again. The mountain writes its calm line on the horizon with a patience that should be taught in schools. The bay rehearses being useful. You take the path that will carry you towards the quay when the heat releases its grip and roam. Dense, ordinary, honest. Makes you a promise it can actually keep. That if you turn up when asked, carry what's yours, wash what you dirty, and pay for what you break, the city will call you citizen even if your accent doesn't. You will not last a day without chafing at the rules. You will not last a day without relying on them. And somewhere between the two, while a clerk writes a number and a barber steadies a chin, sleep begins to consider you worthy. By late afternoon, the light grows honey-thick and forgiving. The porticos lengthen their shade like sensible hosts laying another place at table. The fountain keeps its even breath as if time had asked water to speak for it. Word goes round, softly, like a rumor that enjoys being true, that the second bath is opening its doors. Rome divides neatly into those who say, necessary, and those who say, with a grin, a handsome vice. Both camps queue in the same corridor, which is the Roman compromise. You join the drift. Sandals hush the stone. The porter balances his chalks as a man might tune a lyre. A money changer makes copper sound like good manners. Calm, friends fall into place. A veteran is waved forward. A mother settles a fretful baby with the exact sway of a boat. Snark. Beside you, a stripling doused in nard behaves as if cleanliness were a political persuasion and perfume a tax deduction. He leaves a comet of fragrance that persuades bees to reconsider law. In the apodytērium, there's an easy democracy to the benches. Senators of skin reunited with shopkeepers of elbows. Bundles and niches, purses on pegs. Dignity loosely folded. The capsarius ties knots that think better than thieves. A gentleman declaims that a second bath ruins moral fiber. His slave quietly places a cushion under him, which ruins the argument faster. The room cools your neck. Talk finds the quiet pitch of people who intend to keep it pleasant. You pass through the tepidarium where warmth has the courtesy of a good handshake. Oil glints in bowls like domesticated sunlight. A strigil makes its soft punctuation. Comma, comma, full stop, across a baker's broad back. Calm. The hypocaust murmurs underfoot like a satisfied cat. Steam, gentle as advice, unknots the day. Snark. A young buck tries to scrape himself the way one planes a plank and produces stripes you could read by. A stranger with the voice of a kindly donkey instructs him without words. Longer strokes, fewer heroics. The caldarium persuades even the anxious to soften. Kettles bump a modest music in the service room. An attendant brings a twist of laurel and walks as if the floor were practicing to be soap. Rules keep step with heat. The board of multae is as legible as a sermon. No chanting, no splashing, no soap, barbarous, no oil on steps. A new line threatens a fine for men who treat the caldarium like the forum. You approve because you are exactly the sort of person who becomes eloquent when faint. The frigidarium is a letter of cold written to the skin in a neat Roman hand. Calm, you lower yourself, and the water resets your punctuation. Snark, your soul makes the squeak of a hinge that forgot to be oiled. When you climb out, the marble lip corrects your temperature and, by sly degrees, your self-importance. Men stand about pretending to admire architecture. They are admiring survival. You join them in the noble art of looking upward for no reason. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. Think it once, forget it thereafter. Out on the pavement, the light has thinned to a civil thread. You take the street that makes lateness a public theater, a long run of shop fronts, door shrines, and the aedile's notice board with letters as red as a reprimand. Calm. A cithara finds 3 brave notes. A mother counts figs into a child's hand with exact justice. A dog chooses the coolest flagstone and becomes an institution. Snark. A courier barrels past with the gait of a man who believes the law enjoys exceptions in handsome sandals. The vigilas tilt their heads together, measure the hour, and decline to be charmed. The courier pays a small, well-composed multa for trotting a packet down a wheelband street, writes off dignity as overhead, and runs lighter. At the corner, a barber has extended his chair to catch the last honest wedge of light. He's shaving a man who swears he was timely. Calm. The razor whispers. A warm cloth waits like mercy. Snark. The barber, who knows both faces and the law, quotes the posted turnī for the quay and the reduction for those who arrive early tomorrow with apologies. Half in coin, half in olives. The man nods. The city prefers improvement to theater. The chair becomes bench. The argument dissolves like soap Rome refuses to use. You cut down a lane for the latrines because habit is a tutor with good shoes. Benches stand in a social line. The underchannel murmurs its continuous solution. In the front gutter, water runs clear enough to teach without boasting. Tersoria, sponges on sticks, rest in a pot of vinegar like awkward flowers kept honest. A proverb is in progress. Yesterday someone claimed that running water settles quarrels. A clerk, amused and thorough, has amended it on the wall. Running water settles quarrels. Vinegar remembers the answer. Calm. Men speak softly, faces turned towards stone, the room unembarrassed by candor. Snark. A fellow attempts to sneak the sponge away for personal use, and receives a lecture brisk enough to sterilize itself. The fine for tersoria vagantia is recited. He returns the implement as if it had become a senator. Hands washed, carefully with. Into a street tuning itself for evening spectacle. Tonight the quarter hosts a festival. Nothing grand, but sufficient torches to make one nervous. The aedile staff have been ahead of you with rules that smell like forethought. Braziers on stone only. Torches at arm's length above cloth. Buckets at corners. Filled, not decorative. Fines posted where even tipsy men can read them. Calm. Wreaths over doorways. Children rehearsing cheers that will mistime themselves adorably. Musicians testing a scale under breath. Snark. A stallholder parks his brazier under an awning like a man marrying fire to linen. The watch arrives with hooks and a number. He moves the brazier and pays the half fine for prompt obedience, which is the city's favorite genre of mercy. Music collects. The little square opens its hands. A flute draws a clean line through heat. Drums remember restraint. Lamps make islands of amber on stone. Torches pass, cautious with their own bravery. The air smells of wine, rosemary, and a hint of panic kept in a leash by custom. Calm. Neighbors pass cups with the unshowy accuracy of people who share streets in daylight. Snark. A lad with theatrical ideas juggles a firebrand and his prospects. The aedile's clerk appears like punctuation and quotes the paragraph against public cleverness with flame. The crowd applauds the law because it would like to keep its houses. On a wall, the new edictum de unguent stellandi, about dripping oil near bath doors, has been copied for festival night as a warning about spillage on steps. You smile at the bureaucratic thoroughness, and then watch 3 oiled youths pirouette near a threshold like a lawsuit in sandals. A matron with arms like destiny parks herself across the steps and produces a cloth. The law breathes easier. The boys discover that adoration can be dry. A soft bell from a shrine marks the hour. The square changes key without changing tune. Vendors tamp their fires down to embers. A boy folds his nutcake cloth as if it were linen meant for a god. A cat discusses municipal pest control with a respectful mouse. Calm. The breeze lifts the lighter ash and forgets to be dramatic. Snark. A drunk insists he's a torchbearer by vocation. The vigilas make him a bucket carrier by policy, and his dignity evaporates faster than wine. The night grows considerate. From a side court comes the last oven crackle. Flatbreads meeting heat for hungry children who mistimed excitement. Along a parapet, the first night insects negotiate a single agreeable note. The mountain draws its reliable line. which has become the city's lullaby. The festival doesn't end so much as fold itself. Lamps are pinched, doors unbolt, laughter thins into friendly shapes that fit between shutters. You take the long way round towards your nowhere in particular. Calm. A door shrine gets its breath of wine. A laurel leaf turns darker by a shade and knows its work is done. A couch glimpsed through a peristyle holds the geometry of sleep. Snark. Your sandal finds the one puddle of oil that refused to read the new rule. You do not fall, because a stranger steadies your elbow with the same brisk competence he would apply to a ladder. Fine for the fellow who dripped it, he says, almost cheerfully, and a broom for me. Rome loves consequences more than speeches. As you arrive near the baths again, the porter is chalking tomorrow's turnī on the board with the tidy composure of a man who treats time like pottery, shaped once, fired, used forever. Beside him, the aedile's assistant adds a note about torches after midnight, a reduction for prompt dousing, and the new rule's paragraph number in case argument wishes to pretend memory. Calm. The board looks ceremonial and homely at once. Snark. You remember your own century's 30-page disclaimers and decide a neat red sentence can be civilization. The hour turns on its small hinge. The city, having almost been foolish, was saved by a posted line and a bucket. You admire the plainness of a method that prevents epic. Tomorrow there will be sweeping, a tally of coins, some given, some paid, and a street that looks as if competence were natural. You know better. It is trained. It is fined, lightly, consistently, until it behaves. You would not last a day without complaining about the fines. You would not last a night without the water waiting at every corner. Before dawn stirs, the sky wears its stars like a habit. Roofs hold a thin bloom of cool. Ropes on the quay creak once, and then remember discipline. A gull clears its throat and thinks better of opinion. Somewhere a little handbell gives a single, unshowy note. Ting! And the turnus for the docks comes awake as if the bell had pulled a string tied to 1,000 wrists. Calm. The river breathes an even, salt-edged breath. Tar, nets, and wet would state their cases without slander. Lamps along the quay make tidy ponds of amber on plank and stone. Snark. Your sandals look at the gangplank and write a resignation letter. Your calluses forward it to your pride. The barge noses in with the tact of a guest who has learned doorways. The foreman counts men, ropes, and heartbeats, then nods. His wax tablet is a small republic. Tiles, amphory, sacks. Work moves like grammar. Subject, verb, object, repeat. You take a stack of flat tegulae, find the hip that forgives, and step to the board, which sings underfoot like a kithara string pulled true. A boy ahead of you carries two with the loose calm of someone who will one day own a scar for each successful morning. A latecomer arrives with an aria about a lame mule, a sneezing ant, and a sun that misread itself. The foreman allows the performance to reach its bridge, then quotes the paragraph that turns aria into multae. Calm. Coin clinks. The line does not gloat. A reduction is promised if the man stays till the next boat. Snark. You file away the trick of paying less by sweating more, and your century's gym membership blushes. The vigilas pass, leather caps and iron hooks quiet as grammar. They speak to the foreman without punctuation. A brazier has wandered too near a wall. A blanket has ambitions to become drama. The fine will be halved if obedience appears before sunrise properly wakes. Buckets are set where buckets look ornamental. Filled, not posing. The river nods approval by existing. When the cargo slackens, the city shows you one of its tidier traps. Along a wheelband street, the aedile's assistant and two boys spread a thin drift of sand across the paving and step back. Calm. The sand catches dawn like pollen. A lizard writes its signature and retires. Snark. A driver with a speculative conscience tries to slip a cart through just to the corner. Not really traffic. The sand records the testimony. The clerk reads the lines as if they were law, which, here, they are. Red letters on the nearby board set the price. Wheels by day, multa by habit. The driver pays. The street keeps its ankles. A little oven crackle walks out of a shuttered bakery and becomes theory. Heat turned into bread without witnesses. Steam slips from a soup pot at a thermopolium with the humility of good breakfast. You buy a bowl. barley, leek, a well-behaved sliver of pork, and sit on a warm step that thinks kindly of backs. The proprietor counts spoons into a cloth with the tenderness of a man who knows where things go. He nods when you return yours, which in this town is a blessing. Now the barber, the city's judge in a chair, lifts his latch. The doorway smells of warm water and pumice. The strap sings its civil hiss under steel. The mirror catches a narrow wedge of honest light. Men arrange themselves along the wall in the order the morning wrote them. Calm. The razor whispers. A slave unfurls a clean towel with the ceremony of forgiveness. Snark. A youth attempts to cut the queue with the argument, I am late. The chair remains a republic. He is invited to be on time in the future, which is the only currency accepted. A minor case arrives as foam. Two neighbors dispute a dented amphora and the price of a repair. The barber quotes the posted edictum about private quarrels in public rooms. Multa for turning lather into litigation, and both men stop just short of opera. He solves it anyway with Roman algebra, half in coin, half in oil, a mark on wax, a handshake under the towel. Calm. Faces leave the chair tidier than tempers arrived. The shop regains its hum. Snark. You realize this man has saved more marriages than any priest with fewer words and more hot cloths. Out in the square, shade under the portico is declared open by consensus. A crier reads yesterday's judgments and today's reminders in a voice that never quarrels with stone. Fines for dripping oil within 10 paces of bath steps. Fines for tersoria that go walkabout from the latrine. Fines for wheels making letters in the sand. Red paint looks pleased with itself because it has prevented flame twice and embarrassment 3 times since last market day. A woman with a basket of greens pauses to listen, nods once, the nod of someone who plans to obey because she owns curtains, and moves on. You, temporarily educated, seek the latrine with the gratitude of a man who has made friends with running water. The room offers its plain, democratic argument. Stone bench with neat openings, an underchannel that talks in a steady undertone, a front gutter with clean water to rinse, a pot where vinegar stands like a small magistrate. Calm. Men are ordinary in the key of soft voices. Jokes arrive pre-laundered and depart modestly. Snark. Someone attempts to reserve a position because his uncle is edile. The room does not believe in uncles. The proverb on the wall has been amended again in tiny, tidy letters. Running water settles quarrels. Vinegar remembers. Uncles forget. Laughter is permitted to the extent it does not endanger aim. There is a story, no one quite owns it, about a ring lost to the channel and recovered with tongs blessed by public mockery. The ring's owner is now famous for buying wine for strangers who didn't laugh out loud. You wash hands with the attentiveness that impresses stern ants and aqueducts. The stone admires nothing. The water gets on with its job. When you leave, the room looks exactly as you found it and exactly as Rome prefers. Clean by running, dignified by use. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. Think it once, then let the habit carry the thought without your help. Back past the notice board, the edile has added a neat trap for metaphors. The new line clarifies, in red with a patient sting, that wheels include anything that behaves like wheels. Rollers, drums, clever boys with sleds. Calm. Clarity is mercy dressed as grammar. Snark. A youth demonstrates that cleverness enjoys fines. The clerk demonstrates that fines enjoy ink. The market lifts its volume without losing manners. Hooks hang like tidy punctuation. Figs exhale a sweetness that behaves. A fishmonger lays a row of mackerel as straight as a theorem. A bookseller opens a tablet and shows a child the difference between letter and decoration. The child nods as if secrecy had been revealed and then tells everyone. The barber steps outside, squints at a chin, and approves a stranger's face with a single, priestly nod that passes for absolution. Near the baths, a perfumer practices mercy by dilution, nard in a thumb's worth, myrtle for those who plan to flirt with restraint, olive oil for people whose wallets understand civilization. A boy tries to bathe in a bottle. His mother extracts him with 2 fingers and a proverb. The porter at the bath door rubs yesterday's chalk off the board and writes today's turnī with a composure that makes time look like pottery, shaped, fired, useful. A veteran is waved in early. A gentleman waits without the tremor of a complaint because experience has glued his courtesy to his dignity. The heat climbs. A water clock in a niche talks itself into noon. Your body reads the porticos like scripture. In the basilica's shade, a scribe balances his tablet and writes a receipt for Olive's promise to oil a quarrel into history. Across the square, the sand-trap street shows a clean face again. The Aedile's boys have swept. The clerk has smiled the kind of smile that counts as service, and a lizard has signed off the work. A bell somewhere small and sufficient gives 2 notes. The hour turns a corner. You consider the second bath, the second bowl, the second chance to prove you can move through this day without breaking anything Rome cannot mend for a fair price. You are a miracle. Almost relaxed. That is the city's sly triumph. It finds you into competence, and then lets competence feel like nature. Evening will bring torches again in the gentle theater of neighbors. Night will lay its cool hand on tile and temper. The vigilas will measure roof lines with their eyes and buckets with their hands. The barber will retire knowing he arbitrated 3 disputes with steam and lather. The latrini will continue their quiet parliament of facts with vinegar in the chair. You will not last a day without muttering about rules. You will not last the same day without leaning on them. Between the two, sleep begins to trust you. Morning gathers its tools without comment. A mild river breeze polishes the roofs. Swifts stitch the air with neat black threads. The fountain answers the day with its level breath as if water had taken a vow. A cithara somewhere tries 3 notes and keeps the best. Stone warms exactly 1 shade lighter than sleep. The magistrate's morning begins with paper that is not paper, wax, cords, seals, and a table under the basilica's sober vault. Clerks unroll lists with the gentleness usually reserved for infants. A reed stylus taps the margin like a schoolmaster. Calm, petitioners stand in the cool shade, tunics straightened, voices arranged to be reasonable. Snark. You arrive with a modern paragraph and discover Rome prefers bullet points made of coin, witness, and handwriting legible at 20 paces. On a board nearby, the Aedile's red letters have been renewed, bright as a reprimand that enjoys its job. Wheels banned by daylight. Multa for dripping oil within 10 paces of a bath door. Fines for tersoria. The communal sponges, found wandering like sheep with bad shepherds. Calm. The letters are tidy as a seam. Even the paint looks responsible. Snark. You try to read between the lines and find there isn't any between. Rome has filled the gap with consequences. A crier reads yesterday's small judgments. For rinsing strigils at the fountain, 2 asses and a cloth. For blocking a runnel with peelings, 3, reduced by half when swept within the hour. For wheels upon the sanded street, 6, and a nod to the clerk. Calm. The square takes this like weather. Snark. You, raised on warnings beginning in the unlikely event, are startled by rules that presume the likely and price it. You wander to the baths to watch the quiet power of the porter's chalk. He scrubs the board clean with a damp rag that squeaks like a mouse, then writes the day's turnī in neat bars, 2nd hour to 4th. Women, 6th to 9th. Men, the reduced fee for veterans in the cool of evening. Note on repairs to the caldarium vent. Reminder about oil spillage and steps. A gentle line about capsarii not being responsible for rings that wanted to go elsewhere. Calm. Time looks almost edible when written with this economy. Snark. You imagine a modern app and then forgive yourself. The perfumer sets out bottles with the humility of a chemist who knows memory is the finest fixative. Myrtle for sense, nard for memory, olive for honesty. He does not shout. He exists adjacent to the chalk and profits by proximity. A boy brings a sprig of laurel for the steam and is paid with the coin that makes a palm proud rather than rich. A tiny bell bites the hour, 2 neat notes that would rather not disturb pigeons. The basilica fills a little. The magistrate listens with that professional stillness learned from Stone. First case. A brazier parked under an awning at festival. Owner remorseful, bucket produced, embers tamed. Calm. The fine is halved for prompt obedience. The clerk adds cloth donated to the cleaning fund in tidy Latin. Snark. You would prefer a warning. Rome prefers rehearsal for the next time flame tries to be interesting. Second case. A late arrival to the quay Turnus. Breathless tales about mules and cousins. Calm. A straight figure on wax, with reduction promised for carrying 2 loads past the bell. Snark. You consider an appeal form. Rome considers rope and tiles, and the appeal becomes exercise. You drift to the latrine because candor is a habit now. Benches in a row like reason. The underchannel murmuring its permanent solution. Front gutter water as clear as instruction. Vinegar presiding without drama. On the wall, the proverb has grown a footnote. Someone with neat, ironic letters has added. Running water settles quarrels. Vinegar remembers. Fines teach faster than lectures. Calm. Men wash. Speak softly. Return the sponge to the pot. Snark. A newcomer attempts to tuck the tool into a belt as if it were personal property, for eyebrows rise. A clerk coughs the tariff. The tool returns to public life, chastened. Hands dried on a square of linen that smells faintly of sun. You step back into the basilica shade just as the barber, that secular priest of chins, arrives for his daily jurisprudence. He greets the magistrate the way craftsmen greet each other, by not wasting time. Calm. He is here to witness a receipt. Snark. One neighbor tries to spin "I forgot" into poetry. The barber signs the wax with a toweled hand and accidentally invents enforcement. Mid-morning heat presses its polite palm to the city. Porticos acquire value. Benches cool from the night's memory. Time lengthens its stride. A bookseller lays out tablets. Their surfaces pale as uncommitted thoughts. He shows a child the difference between letter and ornament, and the child nods as if the world has disclosed a hinge. Calm. The fountain's breath remains even. The lion's spout looks amused. Snark. A dog claims the best flagstone and levies a tax of detours on 7 citizens. At a corner, the Aediles lads lay their sand trap again across the wheelband street. A thin veil, innocent as dawn. Calm. It glitters gently. A lizard signs. Nothing else happens. Snark. A merchant's boy rolls a barrel because barrel is not wheel. The sand writes the confession. The clerk reads it aloud. The fine is modest and memorable. You learn, not for the first time, that Rome does not argue with cleverness, it invoices it. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. Think it once, let habit keep the appointment. Noon teaches humility. The forum's paving holds 2 temperatures, and both are facts. You keep to the basilica shade where a water clock measures minutes with a thin, patient thread. A crier posts a fresh decree regarding unguent stillanti, dripping oil, after crowded hours. Cloth must be carried at bath exits on festival days. The fine funds extra sweepers. Repeat offenders lend their sandals to the Aediles' display of what not to step in. Calm. Laughter is permitted so long as nobody slips. Snark. A scented youth practices contrition in front of the board. The porter lends him a rag and the future. Through the early afternoon, the city practices that respectable art, meridiatio, being unclever at noon. A thermopolium simmers chickpea batter slowly. Spoons are counted with priestly care. Pasca, water cut with vinegar's clean bite, keeps tempers elastic. The barber dozes in his doorway with the innocence of a man who has arbitrated better than sleep. Then the magistrate rises for the walk of inspection, and oil drips minimal, board legible, capsarii attentive, a veteran admitted with the old courtesy that saves speeches. He pauses at a wine shop. Brazier an honest arm's length from curtain. Bucket full, cloth handy. The owner asks to recite the paragraph, which he does like a schoolboy hoping for figs. He pauses at the fountain. No strigil rinsing, no fish gutting, only thirst in jars. The lion's spout appears to approve. A light oven crackle slips from a bakery, like an apology accepted. The magistrate smiles without promising anything. Down the sand-trap street a cart stands at the legal edge and no further. The driver hums resentment in the polite key. A youth points at the sand and decides not to be immortal for the wrong reason. By late afternoon, Breeze returns with news from the river. Lamps wait with their wicks pinched and ambitions modest. The porter wipes the chalkboard. Evening turnī appear in tidy bars. You watch names turn into promises. Calm. The city's pulse evens. You feel yourself matching it. Snark. Your century whispers that rules are dreary. Rome demonstrates they are choreography. You pass the latrine one last time and hear an old story made new. A ring once lost to the channel, recovered by tongs and embarrassment. Now the owner buys watered wine for strangers at intervals decreed by laughter. A clerk adds, sotto voce, that the ring was fined as well. The room approves, because justice without humor is just plumbing. Dusk begins to draw its wash over fresco and tile. A night insect tests a note and becomes certain. The mountain writes its calm line. The bay breathes as if this were enough. The barber bars his door with a strip of cloth. The magistrate returns his seal to its pouch, and the porter chalks tomorrow's first hours before the rag can dry. Calm. The city looks finished, not exhausted. Snark. You tell yourself you have mastered it. The red letters wait to introduce you to tomorrow. The harbor takes a second wind as dusk salts the air. Ropes hum where they ride the bollards. Wetwood gives off a sweetness no perfume can counterfeit. Lamps along the quay make small, steady lakes of amber. The water folds those lights and returns them, patient as bookkeeping. A gull approves with a single stroke of wing. Nets exhale the day and hang to think about tomorrow. You try to stand like a local and look as if you're auditioning to be a lamppost. From upriver, a barge slides in with the tact of a guest who respects thresholds. Men step too, not because anyone barked, but because the hour itself is persuasive. The foreman's wax tablet opens like a small republic. Names, turnī, little ticks that mean, did the thing, in the minute that owned it. The plank sings under feet. Teguli pass hip to hip with the ceremony of competence. You admire the rhythm and then drop your first tile, which is how the city teaches you its choreography has weight. A breeze walks between amphorae and lifts the smell of tar just high enough to behave. Far out, a faint bell on a boat tries 2 notes and keeps one. The quay keeps its slow metronome. Rope, footfall, low voices that waste nothing. You contribute a modern gasp, the kind that announces an audience where none was invited. When the last stack is under a roof, the foreman folds the tablet shut with a thumb as precise as law. Men peel away in good order. Those who missed the dawn shift take the evening turnus at the little grain shed. Those who are owed an hour spend it under the portico where the breeze tutors tempers. The harbor settles its shoulders. The bay breathes as if it had counted the boats and found them sufficient. You consider a drink and remember you've earned water more than wine. Up the street, the barber's towel becomes a treaty again. His doorway is a warm rectangle. The strap sings its civil hiss. Steam curls from a bowl that could baptize arguments. 2 neighbors arrive with a dented jug and faces rearranged to look innocent. The barber listens as if he were smoothing a jawline. He quotes the posted line about private quarrels in public rooms, the multae that stings without drawing blood, then wipes the chair arm with a flourish that ends the hearing. You're ready for a speech. He settles it in 10 words, half in coin, half in oil, both on wax, and the towel becomes a handshake with gravity. A boy brings a sprig of laurel for the barber's shelf because the scent cheats tiredness. He leaves with 2 coppers and the radiant posture of someone included in the city's apparatus. The barber nods you into the corner bench where the mirror catches a neat wedge of lamp. He straightens your fringe with the same restraint he used on the quarrel. You have paid good money elsewhere for less peace and worse edges. Night puts a fingertip to the tiles. Colors smolder down into civility. A thermopolium keeps a low pot for late stew. The proprietor counts spoons into a cloth as if they were a litter of kittens. Steam smells of leek and pork. Bread remembers the oven and breaks along its quarter lines with a sound that always sounds right. You slurp like a citizen and then apologize like a tourist. Habit pulls you, without asking, to the latrines at midnight, where the jokes are better than in taverns because the room has shaved vanity down to size. Benches keep their straight-backed candor. The underchannel talks in its steady undertone. The front gutter runs clear, instructive as a diagram. Tersoria stand in vinegar like awkward flowers kept honest. The proverb on the wall has grown another, smaller leaf in tidy script. Running water settles quarrels. Vinegar remembers. Laughter counts as washing if no one slips. You grin. A man shushes you gently. Not for laughter, but for volume, which is vulgar when stone is listening. Stories circulate, laundered of boast. A ring salvaged last week by tongs and embarrassment. A youth fined for borrowing a sponge and reclaimed by public scorn. An uncle who tried to reserve a seat by influence and was shown that uncles are not a civic category. Hands are washed with ant-pleasing seriousness. Stone is cool and uninterested. The air smells faintly of vinegar and solved problems. You nearly pocket the linen square by accident and are rescued by your better self, which Roman plumbing has been patiently cultivating. Back in the street, shutters have found their night positions, neither sulky nor showy. A woman on a balcony folds linen that has learned the shape of wind. A cat, under a cart, audits the evening's pest control statistics with priestly composure. The tiny oven crackle drifts from a courtyard where flatbreads have one last appointment with heat. The sound passes like a private joke between brick and flame. You think cozy and forgive yourself immediately. Round the corner, a watch pair of vigilas tilt their buckets to check the moon in the water. Hooks rest on shoulders like punctuation at the end of sensible sentences. They murmur about roofs that forget themselves and braziers that sidle under curtains. The tariff for forgetfulness is modest. The tariff for stubbornness taller by exactly the height of a ladder. You consider making a clever remark about fire and politics and decide your oxygen is better spent on walking. On the bath's wall, the porter's chalk has become a quiet tyranny. He has written tomorrow's hours with that tidy, unarguable hand. Women early, men late morning. A veteran line tucked where the heat is kind. A note about the Caldarium vent. A reminder that oil on steps funds sweepers, not drama. You read it once and discover the times have migrated into your bones as if chalk were transmissible. You will wake before the bell, not by virtue, but because a white line on a wall has found a thread to your ribs. The board at the corner wears fresh red letters. Wheels barred by daylight. Fines for Tersoria Vagantia. The new clause about unguent stillanti. Dripping oil. Enforced tomorrow near the south door where steps are treacherous that a clerk has added. Almost kindly. Cloths provided. Dignity saved by speed. You resolve, nobly, to move like law in sandals. You will instead move like tea spilt on a table and be corrected by tile. A night insect takes a single note and holds it like a lamp with one finger. The bay answers with that even, seaworthy hush. Up on the hill the mountain draws its calm line. The city's favorite lullaby that door shrines drink a breath of wine. A laurel leaf relaxes a shade. The fountain keeps the minute as if it had been trusted with time. You feel equal parts cleaned, tutored, and gently mocked, which happens to be this town's method for producing adults. You lie down in a room that smells of lime wash and lamp. The stone gifts back the last stored heat in a measured hand. Sleep arrives not as conquest, but as consent. Outside, the vigilas make their round with buckets that never splash and a civility that never yawns. The barber closes his latch with a ribbon of cloth, the day's last treaty. The porter's chalk dries on the bath door, already rehearsing your morning. You promise yourself you'll resist a second bath. You are the kind of person chalk was invented for. Dawn unbuttons the sky with careful fingers. Roofs keep a pewter hush. The fountain lifts its even breath as if water had been sworn to steadiness. A baker's door murmurs open and a faint oven crackle walks into the street like a polite announcement. The basilica's cool. A lamp burns low enough to think. And a clerk unrolls wax with the ceremony of a man who knows ink would only get in the way. He looks ordinary until he speaks. Then you notice his memory has the texture of rope. Fibers plaited, knots where history lives, a pull you can lean on. He begins without flourish. Yesterday's receipts, today's turnī. The names that kept time and the names that learned it late. A reed stylus taps the margin, a heartbeat with edges. You imagine you could confuse him with a charming story about a limping mule and a cousin's misread sundial. His face replies that mules limp and stories limp, but the wax remembers only numbers. The edile arrives with a nod that counts as weather. Red letters on the board gleam with new patience. Wheels banned by day. Multae for oil dripping within 10 paces of bath steps. A reminder that Tersoria do not emigrate. The clerk recites the lines as if he were reading his own bones. You consider modern appeals. Rome considers posted sentences and repetition until behavior learns to bow. The square warms by a degree you can feel in your wrists. A gull tries the morning and keeps its remarks to itself. The corner. The barber's latch lifts. Steam curls. The strap gives its civil hiss. A chair becomes the day's first parliament for faces. The clerk pauses by the doorway to sign a wax line. Half now, half in olives. His stylus making the rain sound of agreement. The barber salutes him with a towel as if treaties were made of linen. A crier reads yesterday's small judgments, voice trimmed to fit stone. 2 asses for rinsing strigils at the fountain. 3 for peelings left to travel. 6 for wheels found tracing letters in the Edile's sand trap. The figures do not swagger. They persist. You think fines are rude. The city thinks they are grammar. From the baths, the porter's rag squeaks as he wipes yesterday's chalk. New turnī appear in tidy bars. Women early, men later, veterans tucked into the honest cool. A note about the Caldarium vent. A soft warning about steps and oil. The small print where capsarii disclaim responsibility for rings that behave like poems. Time, written like this, looks edible. You picture a modern app, then notice the chalk has already set your morning. The thought becomes unnecessary. On a bench under the portico, men and women count the day the way bakers count loaves. Lightly, accurately, with hands that learned before voices did. At a bell from a workshop shrine gives 2 neat notes. Pigeons approve by not moving. The clerk crosses the square, and the air tidies itself. He checks a posted roster for unloading at the West Quay and adds a dot. 1 man excused for a widow's funeral. The duck tastes like mercy and discipline at once. A vendor tips onions into a basket. The skins rustle like small, dry agreements. They tee the wheelband street. The sand lies innocent as dawn. The Edile's boys watch it the way fishermen watch a float. That a driver tries the old theology. To the corner is not traffic. The sand writes a confession in loops. The clerk reads it as if it were scripture. The multae is exact and not unkind. You discover that Rome's gentleness has a ledger. If this pace helps you drift, you can subscribe so the next night journey finds you. Think at once, let the habit keep the appointment. You take the lane to the latrine because running water has become your most reliable teacher. The room offers its plain argument. Stone bench in sociable line. Under channel talking steadily. Front gutter with clean water for rinsing. Vinegar presiding without theater. Men speak softly. Faces turned towards stone. The room equal to all biographies on the wall. The proverb has acquired its final, tidy amendment in a hand the clerk would admire. Running water settles quarrels. Vinegar remembers. Fines teach faster than lectures. Habit keeps the peace. The addition feels inevitable, like a hinge finding its pin. A newcomer, scented and brave, reaches to pocket a tersorium for private hygiene, for eyebrows rise. A throat clears the tariff. He returns the sponge as though it had threatened to run for office. You wash your hands with aunt-pleasing seriousness and feel cleaner in the mind than the skin, which is the room's favorite joke. Back in the street, a breath from the river cools the lentils. A boy passes with pasca for men on scaffolds. The cup smells of vinegar's small honesty. The barber steps into the light to examine a chin and quotes, as if by reflex, the rule against sweepings after the watch. He names the reduction for prompt tidying. The man nods and becomes a citizen by degrees. You realize Rome turns advice into citizenship by letting clerks and barbers speak the same language. At the bath's door, the board of multae has a new line in neat red. De unguent stellanti applied with zeal near the south steps. Sweepers funded by offenders. Cloths provided so dignity can be quick. A scented youth tries to make glistening a different word from dripping. The porter taps the chalk like a metronome. The youth fetches a rag and graduates. You prefer this to speeches. The city prefers anything that leaves steps dry. The quay's foreman appears with rope on his shoulder and order in his pocket. He reads the posted turnī out loud in the key of breakfast. Names answer like good dogs. One man arrives late with weather in his hair and a story rehearsed on the run. The clerk quotes the paragraph that converts apology into multae and offers the usual remission for sweat honestly expended beyond the hour. That a fine that can be reduced by labor is the city's favorite way to teach without gloating. A bell nicks the quarter. The market gains volume without losing manners. Hooks hang like punctuation. Figs breathe their correct sweetness. A fishmonger lays mackerel as straight as an oath. The barber settles a neighbor's debt with 10 words. The clerk posts a clean sheet of wax. The porter rubs a smear from the chalk with a fingertip that knows time. You feel your spine rise half an inch merely by standing where the posted turnī can see you. At noon, the basilica shade becomes doctrine. A water clock on the wall pulls a thin, patient thread through the hour. Men sit with elbows disciplined by civility. Women pass bread to smaller hands with accurate justice. A child sleeps with a fig seed pressed to his thumb like a seal. The clerk reviews the morning. Fines paid and halved. A brazier moved before sparks gathered ambition. Wheels turned away by sand that remembered. A sponge that considered travel and reconsidered. The list is short because practice is long. A perfumer dabs myrtle on a wrist and does not say it will improve